Focus Recordings. Focus Recordings.
Then I'll be standing right talking to you.
talking to you about another path. To hit the road and laugh, but something told me that it wouldn't last. Those were the days, hard work forever pays. Now I see you in a better place.
Focus Recordings. Focus Recordings.
Yeah.
From that high place, speaking of the truth, it's just the way that I play. Hey, what her name says, simple and fluid, just the way that it lay. On this rhythm, tinted with the living, beautiful collaboration, no beginning. In sync with the energies, riding on through this heavenly. Slow as we go, music touching each and every part of our soul.
Yeah. Yeah, hey.
Just let go. The pain that's telling you to lay low.
Listen, let me settle a bet. If you knew this world would be unsettling and full of regret, would you settle for less? Let me level the stress. None of us came here broken except for holding the notion we would better the test. You live and learn, I guess. Hold on to memories of you at the best. Only a few that are blessed to truly suit the request. Pursuit of truth and progress. The route is brutal to press, but you came through all the stress. I mean, you know this already. Therefore you shouldn't blame yourself for stepping on a road you didn't know was unsteady. Cause life isn't pretty, but you can find strength in failure. There's still a lesson to learn from not being ready. And that's the beauty in you. All of your flaws and past mistakes have made a person today, and you're still here to smile. So wear your scars of pride. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger than you were yesterday. So let that beauty shine.
Step into your power. You gotta step into your brilliant self. So step into your power. You got to stand in your strength. Step into your power. Step into your brilliant self. Step into your power. You gotta step into your brilliant self. Oh, you gotta step. Now's the time to stay. You are in control. That is your power. That is your power. Is your power. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sun is out and I'm coming from that high place. Speaking of the truth, it's just the way that I play. Hey, what her name says, simple and fluid, just the way that it lay. On this rhythm, tinted with the living, beautiful collaboration, no beginning. In sync with the energies, riding on to this heavenly. Step into your power. You gotta step into your brilliant self. So step into your power. You got to stand in your strength. Step into your power. Step into your brilliant self. So step into your power.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Tim Dillon Show. Sydney Sweeney's a Nazi. Who cares? Who cares? Don't we have more important things to worry about than whether Sydney Sweeney wants a white future for this country? No, I'm literally serious. Why does it matter to me that Sydney Sweeney wants to live in a white country with white babies sucking on her white titties? Why would that matter to me? If Sydney Sweeney wants her white breast milk from her white titties to feed her white babies who grow up to be white warriors in a white country, why would I care? Why does that destabilize my day? That Sydney Sweeney simply wants a white man to put his white semen in her white body to have white babies who will feast on her white breast milk that comes out of her formidable white titties. And then they become white warriors in a white army in a white country to fight for Christendom, to save Europe, to save the Western world. Why is that such a big deal that American Eagle has chosen to highlight these wants and needs of hers? And it's supposed to be a big deal that that ad that says Sydney Sweeney, 1488, we must secure a white future for white children. Or whatever, 14 words, Sydney Sweeney, the Jewish question, Sydney Sweeney. Why is that such a big deal? Why is it such a big deal that Sydney Sweeney did an ad with her tits out and it said, and the pull quote from the ad, which seems to upset a lot of people, is she had good genes, right? Sydney Sweeney has good genes. And then under that it said, there are a lot of them in media. Why is that such a problem? If that's the pull quote, Sydney Sweeney, American Eagle, there are, quote, a lot of them in media. What does she mean by that? Who are them? But what does it matter? She's just an attractive Nazi woman. There are pretty Nazis. Are there, of every group of people, there have always been attractive members of that group, obviously, and Sydney Sweeney is one of them. So instead of getting upset that this Nazi looks better than you, go to the gym. What did Epstein Donnie say about this? Get up Donald Trump's tweet about this. He's getting involved in this. They just moved Ghislaine to a prison so they can kill her, by the way. We'll talk about that in a minute. But Donald Trump Truth Socialed something about Sydney Sweeney. He's like, why don't you pigs go to the gym? And this is a guy that eats McDonald's every day. But he said something to the extent of like, hey, you ugly woke losers, if you didn't treat yourselves like shit, you could look like fucking Sydney Sweeney. But you're not gonna. But still, you can do better than you're doing now. If the Democrats want to win again, they got to stop this, where they like get angry about nonsense. It's very silly, and it doesn't matter to anybody. Nobody cares. A lot of this stuff is like what discredits liberalism to people because they realize it's about nothing. At least with bin Laden, who wants to run New York City, he's going to get rid of the cops, and if you have any money, he's just going to let mobs of teenagers attack you on the street and grab your cell phone, which, by the way, I'm almost not kidding about, but that's something. You see? Zoran bin Laden, at least going, we're going to just take everyone's private property and redistribute it, is at least something. I don't agree with it, but it's something. This is less than nothing, by the way. Like putting your laser focus on an ad for jeans is nothing. And that's what discredits liberalism for a lot of people. They go, well, it's not even real. Get that back up. Yeah. Many Democrats and Democrat supporters have been criticizing the American Eagle Company, which has one of the great patriotic names for a company, for its latest ad campaign to sell blue jeans starring the beautiful and talented Sydney Sweeney. These online crybabies are calling the company and Sydney fascist. Totally ridiculous. Selling blue jeans is about as American as you can get, if we're being totally honest. Maybe if these fat, ugly losers spent more time working on themselves, they wouldn't be so angry about everything MAGA. To which I'm sure most of the comments were, release the list, release the list, release the list. As they should be, release it. I don't think he's going to, but it's a fair rallying cry, and it seems to be the only thing that does drive him insane. Nothing else is. He didn't like when Tim Walz called him weird. That kind of pivoted him in the direction where he seemed to be. But this seems to really get to him to release the list. Because he did have 1,000 FBI agents combing over that list, redacting his name wherever they found it. And there are lots of videos of him in a conga line with Jeffrey Epstein. So at this point, if he's not implicated in having sex with a minor, this is much weirder. So whatever it is, put it out. The people in the country can handle it. The people in the country can handle it. The FBI redacted Trump's name in the Epstein files. The Bureau's team tasked with conducting a final review of the records blacked out the names before higher-ups said last month that releasing the documents would not be appropriate or warranted. So you have all these wealthy people, well-connected people implicated in the horrific abuse of children. Now, did all of them do it? That's the argument. Maybe they're just named and they didn't do it. Maybe. Okay. But from the documents, there should be some way to ascertain that, I'm sure. Thousands of documents over many years. It's a big investigation. The FBI has all the information. So their whole thing is well, we can't release them because somebody could be named in it, but they're innocent. They didn't do anything. Well, if that's the case, it was an investigation. So there would be some way to ascertain who was really involved and who wasn't. Most likely, it's not just going to be a complete clusterfuck. So I think it's just a lot of people who were involved who also, don't want their name. The idea that Trump is doing this to protect other people is the funniest thing I've ever heard in my life. Did he suddenly overnight become a conscientious guy who cares about his fellow people? His fellow billionaires, he's upset and cares about them. No, if he didn't feel like this implicated him, it would have been out months ago, most likely. If he wasn't nailed somehow in this is out months ago. He's not he doesn't care about any of his friends that much, I would imagine. So this whole argument that we can't release this stuff because it's going to implicate people that are named, but they really didn't do it or whatever, put it out, see what's there. But we all know it. That's not the real reason they won't put it out. And that's only part of the reason that they're giving, that they won't put it out. Right now they're trying things to see if it'll work. They're seeing, it's like a comedian at an open mic where you see if a premise will stick. You're like, what do you think about this? What do you think about that? They're trying theories. They're going hey, what about if the porn isn't, it's just pornography from the internet? How about that? And that was told to me directly. Or then they go like this. They go, hey, what about if it's just a bunch of good billionaires that might get ensnared in this or caught up in it, but they actually didn't do anything wrong? How about that? And then the public goes, I don't think that's it. And they're like, well, how about this? How about that Ghislaine's a liar and she's just going to start lying? And you go, yeah, maybe, but also just put out what you got. So they're just trying to see what will work. And nothing's working, so that's why they're transferring Ghislaine now. Get this up. They just put her in a minimum security prison because they're going to I don't know, but it seems like they're going to try to kill her. Ghislaine Maxwell was quietly moved. Quietly. Where we going, darling? Where we going, darling? In the middle of the night. Quietly moved from a Florida prison to a more comfortable one in Texas this week as she campaigns for a pardon from President Donald Trump. Jeffrey Epstein's associate was serving a 20-year sentence for sex trafficking in a low-security Tallahassee prison, but was moved to Texas on Thursday to the minimum security federal prison Camp Bryan in southeast Texas. Minimum security. It's kind of a have at her. Have at her, boys, gals. So they're right now, the Mossad is trying to find a butch lesbian to go get her. That's what's going on right now. A butch lesbian is sitting in that jail, and the Mossad is about to find a real butch, dykey lesbian to go crack Ghislaine Maxwell in the head. She's going to go crack her in the face. Maxwell's new home holds mostly white-collar criminals, and unlike the Tallahassee facility, is only for female criminals. She will now be able to purchase beauty and leisure items from the commissary, including makeup and crochet and sewing kits, which, by the way, one of those women is going to use one of those kits to cut her throat. That's obvious. They got to kill this bitch now. She's got to go now. This is like go time. The Mossad is like, she's going to the new prison where she can buy makeup tonight. She's going to get a makeover tonight, and a big butch lesbian's going to cut her throat. They're going to cut her throat. I'm telling you, that's the plan. There is a plan. When Miriam Adelson gave Trump all that money after January 6th, and she was the only one fucking with him, and she was like, I'll give you this. This was before all those tech people decided how much they loved populism and Donald Trump and borders and tariffs. But Miriam Adelson gave him $100 million. And she was out there early saying, hey, I'm going to do it. I'm going to help make you the president of the United States. Miriam Adelson had a few requests. You don't just get $100 million. That's not the way $100 million works. Nobody just gives you $100 million without having an opinion. I've been given far less money during creative projects, and people have an opinion. When I do something with a Netflix or whatever, it doesn't mean you necessarily have to listen to it, but they always give it. Because the minute someone opens their pocketbook, they feel that they're entitled to give an opinion. Now, thankfully, on the comedy specials, Netflix doesn't give a ton of opinion unless I'm like slandering, I don't know, some public person. It's a legal issue. But usually, if you're in development, and I've been in development with a bunch of shows that have never made the air, the minute somebody gives you money for a script or to make a pilot or whatever, they say, and by the way, here are notes. They have notes. They have notes. They have things they think you should do. Yes, we like the project, but here's, if we could see it in a different light, we just want to steer it this way. We want to help. We want it to be as successful as possible, and here's how we think you should do it. You get notes. When Miriam Adelson gives you $100 million, you get notes. You get notes. Here's one of the main notes. Israel is going to call the shots. That's note number one. That's note number one. And that's her only note. So that's actually, she comes in and she goes, I don't have a lot of notes. This is actually going to be a relatively easy process. I have one note. It's not a big note. It's just one note, and we can get this out of the way. And once we get it out of the way, it's not actually a big deal. We don't even have to talk about it again. My one note is that Israel's just going to run this thing. Okay? I'm going to give you $100 mil. I'm going to give you $100 mil. It's my one note. It's my one. This is the version of like Netflix going, we don't love the main character. Like I'm in an animated thing with them right now, and they go, we don't love the main character. We don't get the main character. People are not connecting with the main character. So that's their version of that. Miriam Adelson's version of that is like, hey, one note, again, not a huge deal. It is a deal breaker, of course, and I don't think you should be upset about it at all, but Israel's just going to run the thing. We just have to do whatever the hell we want to do in Gaza. We're probably going to have to bomb Iran, and you're probably not going to, you can't release these Epstein docs because it's going to be maybe a little egg on our face, egg on your face, Donnie, egg on everybody's face. So that's our note. That's our note. And then the other billionaires come in with their notes, and and they have all kinds of notes. But I think that's her big note. I don't think she's especially passionate about the infrastructure in America. I don't think like people like Miriam Adelson are really like, hey, you know what concerns me? The state of our bridges. I don't like every time I drive over one, I go, is this thing going to go? That's not what concerns her. A major Funder of a pro-Israel politics and a prolific donor to Jewish causes, Adelson, 79, is carrying on a legacy she built with her late husband, casino magnate Sheldon Adelson. And she comes in and she's like, listen, I'm here. I'm giving you the money. And the money, because now let's just realize what the Trump administration has been. For the first 8 months, the Trump administration has basically been an auction. It's an auction. And everybody is submitting a bid on our country. Qatar, Israel, the American people are like far in the back going, hey, we up, hey. But it, Israel, Qatar, China, everybody is trying to position themselves to basically get as much as they can from the Trump administration. How much can we get? How much equity is in this guy before we throw him away? Before he doesn't matter anymore? He's already deflating. The poll numbers are collapsing. That big, beautiful bill may be the last legislative thing he did. But all these people, Zuckerberg, Palantir, they're all lining up going, give me what you can before you are totally worthless to me. Because the clock, as soon as he won the election, there is a ticking clock to when he is worthless. When he is either mired in scandal, he has no political clout left, his health is failing, he's out of office, whatever. The Democrats win the midterms. Before he's a lame duck. That's why everything's got to happen up front. Executive orders, quick. Ramming through legislation now. We need it now. We're not balancing our attack here over 4 years. Palantir wants the money now. They're not waiting for it. All of these people gave him things, and the favors are to be paid back immediately. There was a big meeting at one of the Hollywood agencies years ago during all these cancellations and shit. Remember that? The Me Too and the, and they said, get your clients money now. Their careers are going to be shorter. It's true. It was a real meeting. I'm sure I only know about it at one of the agencies, but it happened probably at all of them. They said your clients' careers are not going to be 20-year careers anymore. They might be 10. Maybe it's 5. Get their money now. Steal their money now. They're going to end up canceled, on drugs, and broke. This is when it was at its height. And there was that, people were getting thrown to the wolves left and right. And these agencies were going, hey, you got to push them, put them on tour, back to back, keep them on the road, keep them making money. If they get offered a movie, make them do 2. You don't need a break. That rape's coming out eventually. You're going to be out. Get their money now. Steal their money now. And these people, the Miriam Adelsons and the Mark Zuckerbergs and the Peter Thiels and all that stuff, they want their money back in some form. They want their favors paid back immediately. We want it now. We want the money now. We're not waiting. Get this lesbian to crack just laying in her head tonight, now. If you run an e-commerce business, you know the only way to be successful is to keep your customers happy. You build trust. She spends a lot of time in Israel. She's the owner of the country's largest newspaper. She's been swept up in the political and social fervor, gripping the country as it mourns the dead and seeks retribution for October 7th. It's very much like 9/11. After 9/11, people in our country were radicalized by this, and we made a big mess. We had wars all over the Middle East. We sent refugees flooding through Europe. We destabilized the political situation in Europe. We went $8 trillion in the hole. We violated the Geneva Conventions. We set up a labyrinth of secret torture prisons. We hurt our credibility, and our standing in the world has never been the same since 9/11. It has never been the same since 9/11. After 9/11, we lowered interest rates and cooked up all these asset bubbles, enabling a lot of these mortgage products, which I had nothing to do with. These mortgage products that allow people to buy homes, but it wasn't a real pathway to ownership. It disguised how much these homes cost. Then we had a financial crisis. Now no one can afford anything. Now every article coming out is that it's good that you don't own a house. It's good to rent. You have more freedom. You don't. It's a lie. But that pillar of the American experience, owning a home, and you go, well, what did 9/11 have to, that had nothing to do with anything. It was the beginning of a country that was about mass surveillance. It was about indefinite warfare as a permanent column of the Defense Department's budget. If you doubt that, go see Ukraine, by the way. That's my end note or footnote on that. See Ukraine. You have all of these things happening. They all started 9/11. So Adelson, whether she was radicalized before or not, I don't know. She's probably a pretty radical person. But she's a Trump buddy. I mean, she's calling them all the time. They're on the phone. She calls everybody in the administration. She'll call me probably. I've never spoken to her, but she'll call me and threaten my life. I do like the way she looks. Get the image of her up. I do like it. Here's the thing with the supervillains now. They look like it. They look like it. This is the thing. Get her up when she's in all that white. Yeah, I kind of like the aesthetic of her. I like the aesthetic of her. The thing about the Dick Tracy supervillains right now is that they look like it. And right now, you have a few things happening at once. You have the credibility of Trump collapsing because of the Epstein list, which he is not releasing, the information that the administration is concealing. About the worst crime in the world, by the way. The rape of children is the worst crime in the world. This is not like, remember when they tried the Barack Obama Solyndra, solar panel energy scandal, or Clinton getting head in the Oval Office, or this is the worst crime in the world, and it's being covered up. And the domestic credibility of Trump is collapsing. And internationally, they don't care because it's a lot of dictators that like him, and then there's people that have always hated him. You have that happening. You have Israel waging an incredibly, to say the least, unpopular campaign of famine in Gaza. People are starving. People are dying. When the UN and when inspectors and international agencies are able to get back into Israel, when the press is able to get back in there, the deaths of people are probably going to be much higher than they are now, probably hundreds of thousands of people that have died in this campaign. Gaza is now completely unlivable, and I don't know where these people are going to go. It is being referred to correctly as a genocide, an ethnic cleansing campaign. And again, it all had to happen now. This is the theme of what's happening right now. I want you to kind of understand this. This is something I've been thinking about. How no one anymore is waiting. It all has to happen immediately because people know with social media and with technology, there's a limited amount of time you get before inevitably the jig is up. This isn't the 80s. You can't just do things and have people write books about them 30 years later. Most of what you're doing is on camera, on a phone camera. People know what this is, so it all has to happen now. Everything has to happen immediately. So you have this famine campaign, this starvation campaign. Israel goes, we know we've lost so much credibility. We've become a pariah. We've become a rogue state in the way that we've chosen to prosecute this war. We had a horrible attack. We reacted, obviously, understandably, radically, But at this point, the amount of damage done, again, to blameless children, women, people that had nothing to do with it, have no power to release the hostages, the toll on the civilian population, not to mention the ethnic cleansing, the destruction of Gaza, Israel isn't, they're not stupid. They know what this is going to do to their image and has done to their image. That's why it all had to happen now. People are going to recognize a Palestinian state. I mean, it's not a bad thing, obviously, but the fact that they're doing it now after it has literally been destroyed, I said last episode, feels a bit absurd. The favors are being called in now. Crack Ghislaine's head, get a dike to cut her throat. Now they don't have the time. This is the way it is working. They want to kill this bitch yesterday. That is the goal. They can't have this come out now. A blackmail operation, high level, CIA, Mossad, every rich person in America, a lot of them implicated. Everybody's involved in the worst crime ever of raping children. This is the bomb that blows the system up. They're going to kill this bitch. They're going to try to kill this bitch. There's no other way. There's no other way. They're going to try. They may not succeed. I don't know. I'm not clairvoyant. But if they can kill him, they can get to this bitch. She's about to get sad now. She's going to get depressed very quickly now. And they're going to say, well, you know what? She was distraught. She didn't get her pardon. And she decided to cut her throat in her cell with that nail file we let her buy. We shouldn't have let her buy that nail file. And Miriam Adelson and Hillary Clinton are going to sneak into that jail. It's like Orange is the New Black. And Miriam Adelson's going to have her hair in dreadlocks. And Hillary Clinton's going to have a do-rag on. And it's going to be like Orange is the New Black. And they're going to have fake tattoos. And they're going to be hanging out with the dykes. And then Ghislaine Maxwell's going to get killed. And then everyone's going to say, we shouldn't have let her buy that nail file. God, she was depressed. She didn't get her pardon. She was sad about that. She was so sad that Sydney Sweeney's Nazi tits were on the cover of American Eagle, whatever, calendar, magazine. So Ghislaine cut her own throat right before she was about to dime on everybody. Everyone knows what the Epstein thing was. There is no intrigue. There is no mystery. I said this many episodes ago when we first talked about it. It's as obvious as anything's ever been. It's truly as obvious as anything's ever been. And the reasons it's not out are as obvious as anything's ever been. I mean, what? It's like having a cheating dad who then you wonder, God, he's working late all that. I wonder why he's working. You know why. You know why, and your mother knows why, which is why she always looks tortured in the kitchen. Everyone knows. The political fallout from this scandal, it would be monumental, and it would affect some of the wealthiest people in the world and our relationships with different countries, namely Israel. I mean, unless we're all completely wrong here and that Jeffrey Epstein was not at all connected to the Mossad. But it seems he was. It seems he was. So again, it would call into question this relationship that we've had with our, quote, greatest ally for a very long time. That can't happen. I don't care how many, Barry Weiss, whose company is, sold now, is going to sell to CBS for $3 trillion or something. Larry Ellison's son's buying the Free Press. The very important Free Press blog that is on Substack is worth $250 million. And I like Barry, but the free, the one that gets like 7,500 views on YouTube, that powerhouse conglomerate media company is worth $250 million, by the way. So the Tim Dillon Show's apparently worth $1 billion. Hello, Miriam. Where's my fucking money? $300 million, $250 million for Barry Weiss's blog, in which she interviewed megastar Ross Douthat from the New York Times about why conspiracies have taken the hold of the American mind. And Ross goes, well, you know, the thing about conspiracies is there's an element of truth. Not in this one. There's not an element of truth. It's all truth. It's all the elements of all of the truth. It's not a kernel of truth. It's lots of kernels in a bag of popcorn. But this is what, and every article now is like, why have conspiracies, the minds of people are being warped. They're melting because of the conspiracy. So, you know, again, and everyone talks about, like, everyone's like, oh, the grift is to go against Israel. It's like, clearly not. The grift is $250,000 for the blog, for your blog. By the way, God bless. Nice woman, sweet, charming woman. Her and her wife, lovely people, no issue with them directly at all. They don't like me anymore, which is fine because, again, you're on the team or you're not on the team. You criticize one thing, I mean, you're off the team. You know, I mean, that website got big during a time in our country when the prevailing wisdom was that our biggest problem was that a white girl would make burritos in Portland. Remember that? That was the time that the free press was a revolutionary concept. When, like, there'd be a burrito truck in Portland where some white bitch was making a taco, and there was an article about how it was cultural appropriation, or, you know, how it was like, you know, a mansplaining to tell a woman or whatever. That was when the free press got big. It was when it was just like this era in our country where we were the most ridiculous, you know, like, what a pumpkin say about the history of slavery, like all of those ridiculous art. The free press came in to counter that narrative, and they had me at some of their debates, and I think some of the people that worked there are fun. And again, it's no shade to Barry, $250 million. Is it worth that? I mean, it's a blog. I mean, it's a full blog. It's a blog. I mean, and it's a small YouTube channel. Whatever. I mean, God bless. But apparently the brand equity, and by brand equity means I'm willing to argue for shooting Palestinian toddlers in the face. That's the brand equity of 250 sticks. Give me 400 sticks. Ready? Here I go. The thing about the war, and the thing that people are struggling to understand about Hamas, terrorist, Hamas, is terrorism. Hamas, New York City, blow up Trade Center, World Trade Center, flesh face, blood face, child death, your child, killing, suburbs, killing, death, killing, terrorism, death, terrorism, Iran, death, terrorism, your children, family, terrorism, theme parks, boom, boom, bridge, bad. And what we have to do is shoot toddler in his face. Thank you. 303. Thank you very much. That was very good. And 300 million for you. Anything else you'd like? That's good. Thank you so much. 300, and it's 300 million for you. But that's the argument. I mean, those are the arguments they make at the free press. They don't even pretend, by the way. And God bless them, but they don't even pretend like there is no intellectual heft to any of the arguments. They're like, if Iran's not bombed, they're going to rape your mother. You're like, wait, what? My mother's dead. They'll dig her up. Wait, really? They're going to dig my mother up and rape her? This seems odd. Well, they will. Just wait and see. They're going to come kill you. One of my friends is like a real housewife, and somebody from the free press was like, they'll be outside of her house soon. And I go, what? She reviews chicken salad. They're going to come at her? Like, guys, the hysteria is like out of control. So what? Sydney Sweeney's Nazi. She's got nice tits. So what? Why am I upset? I'm supposed to be mad at Sydney Sweeney's Nazi tits? For what? You work hard to take care of yourself. Your hair should be no different. Whether you're noticing early signs of thinning or just men, promo code Tim Dillon. That's Nutrafol.com/men, promo code Tim Dillon. Gunman kills 4 in Manhattan rampage, targeting NFL offices in revenge plot for covering up dangers of the game. People are saying this was a hit on the BlackRock CEO who owned an investment fund that was buying all the houses. I don't know if this guy knew that, actually. Do you think this guy knew that? There's no way he knew that. You think he did that level of research? What's his name?
Devin Tamura. Apparently they found
his name. Okay.
They found a note that like said he was there because of like CTE. And
Yeah, of course.
NFL.
Of course, you retards. You think he's doing this because he understands what a real estate investment trust is? You dummies. We're just going to enter into a period of random violence, by the way, where everyone is going to shoehorn whatever political motive they have into the random violence after it's happened. But just by looking at this guy, I can tell you this had nothing to do with the real estate investment trust at BlackRock. I guarantee you this was what he said it was, you know? And again, it was about football, CTE.
Yeah, like he was mad that they were covering up CTE and concussions in players. Apparently he had some history with that. Well, that's not confirmed if he actually had CTE, but he played football.
So interesting what finally puts people over the edge, isn't it? It really is interesting what finally puts... It's a country where people are denied healthcare all the time. Shout out to Luigi. We're trying to get him on the show. I'll suck him off on air. Now, also... But what puts people finally over the edge in this country is always interesting to me. You know? The elite just runs rampant doing whatever the hell they want, pillaging, immiserating the lives of people. But this guy's like, all right, you're covering up CTE. That's the end. That's the end for me. That's my personal red line. And hey, I get it. I don't think it's good to start shooting random people. Get that cop up, Diradul Islam. Because this is fucked up. That this guy was a cop and the guy's dead and then they killed this other bitch and we'll get her up too. You can't just randomly start killing people because then, number one, it's morally wrong. But number two, obviously, it's going to be used as an excuse for the state to clamp down even harder. But obviously, morally, we cannot just start killing people. Yeah, Diradul Islam, 36, who was providing security for the building. The three other victims have yet to be identified, but we know who they are now. It's a woman who worked at BlackRock, and she was killed as well. And there was, I believe, another cop. Was it two cops?
I think it might have just been the one.
Get the victims' photos up. Because we should honor them. We shouldn't honor the shooter. Get the victims' photos up. And it better not be Sydney Sweeney's Nazi tits. Don't put up Sydney Sweeney's Nazi tits. Put up the people that were shot by the BlackRock guy. We're trying to have a nice moment here. Trying to have a nice moment on this show, and we never do. We're never able to have a nice moment. Because everything's a problem. Yes, R.I.P. Wesley LePatner. Sorry. Go down. Get the next one up. Diradul Islam. Sorry. Well, I am. Alain Etienne. Sorry. This is fucked up. I'm against this. Julia Hyman. Sorry. I'm against this. This is terrible. I mean, I know it sounds like I'm kidding. I'm not. What am I supposed to say? I'm saying that I'm sorry. I'm deeply sorry that we live in a place where a guy walked in with an AK-47 or what did he, AR or what is it?
It's like an AR.
Whatever. He came in, he killed these people, and these people were just sitting at their fucking job. And these dumb fucks on the internet are saying it was because of Blackstone. Now, I don't like BlackRock, Blackstone, black people, any of it. But what I think is, I'm kidding. That's a joke. Are you laughing, please? In your car? I like Candace Owens. But the point is this. You can't run around shooting people in the face because they're connected to or celebrating, by the way, because he didn't even do that. This guy didn't even do it. You just can't start celebrating the death of a random person who works at a company you hate. There's a lot of companies I dislike. I work with a lot of them, by the way. Okay? There's not a lot of companies in entertainment. You don't shoot. You cannot celebrate the shooting. Get some of these tweets up if you can about the because this woman was, she joined Blackstone in 2014, having spent more than a decade at Goldman Sachs. She was 43. She was a managing director and also a member of the Blackstone Real Estate Investment Committee. I'm against Blackstone buying the houses. I've talked about that. I'm against these institutional investors driving up the cost of home ownership. You can't start celebrating the fact that this woman got shot in the face. First of all, do you think Blackstone gives a fuck, you dummy? You think they're going to stop buying the houses because this woman got shot in the face? Someone else is going to replace her. It is a machine. It is not only this woman. And I know after the Mangione shooting, the healthcare companies were doing better things. They were starting to do things that were better for 3 weeks, by the way. It's not a systemic fix. It's not. And then very quietly, those healthcare companies will start to reintroduce all of the policies that they had anyway. Yeah, so this is fucked up. People on Twitter are saying she was Luigi'd. This is fucked up. Stop laughing. That's fucked up. Why are you laughing at that? That's horrible. Do you want to defend yourself? Not, you don't. You're not, yeah. One of my friends is here. He's laughing at that. It's not nice. Get that out of here that she was Luigi'd. Stop laughing at that. Is it the term Luigi'd with the D? Does it make you think of Mario and Luigi, the Lost Levels, which I literally just beat? I've beat it for like the third time. I'm 40 years old. You can't do this. You can't spend your entire day rejoicing in women getting shot and getting mad that Sydney Sweeney's tits are Nazis. It doesn't matter. It doesn't affect your life that Sydney Sweeney wants to live on an Aryan compound with her Nazi tits and 15 children she raises to be Nazi little hunters. But I mean, not hunting Nazis, hunting other people. Let's watch this ad, please. Watch the ad with the sound off. My name is Sydney Sweeney, and I'm a Nazi. I live in a white country, and I'd like to continue to live in a white country. I love white people. Protect Europe. American Eagle. All right. I understand why people are mad. I understand why people are mad. I get it a little bit. It's the initial part of the ad where she goes, I'm a Nazi. She's like, I'm not even a fascist. I'm a Nazi. She said that the other day. Sydney Sweeney came out and she said, I'm not as fascist as much as I am a Nazi. So that was an interesting, but I think she probably crafted that with her publicist. And he was like, why don't we just kind of give them one thing to fight over? Let's not go nuts. Listen, you're going to spend your entire life will be miserable if the fact that this woman's a Nazi bothers you. Your entire life will be miserable if you just can't if you can't understand her point of view as a white woman in America who just wants her genetic imprint to thrive and rule the world. If you cannot get behind her ideas of racial purity, you don't have to agree with them. That's what you're missing. You do not have to agree with them. You have to just say, Sydney Sweeney is a member of the American Nazi Party, and that's okay. I don't have to agree with her. She doesn't believe in race mixing. So what? Were there tons of black people and minorities wearing American Eagle? I don't wear American Eagle. I don't fit in it. Was there a lot of black people wearing that? No. It's for Nazis of a certain size. When will American Eagle do plus-size Nazi? Just because you're overweight in America doesn't mean you're not a Nazi. The Nazi community has stigmatized overweight people for too long. And I understand their emphasis on physical fitness. But there are tons of people in this country who, for whatever reason, might be disabled or they might be overweight, but they're still Nazis and want to participate in a resurgence of the American Nazi Party, but they don't have abs. So where do they fit? Where do people without abs who desperately want to be Nazis go? Not to American Eagle. Thank you very much. Our jeans stop at size 33. What? I'm just saying a movement like this it takes all kinds. Not every Nazi is going to be as hot as Sydney Sweeney either. Don't. It ain't gonna, I'm telling you it won't. I'm telling you. I'm just telling you it won't. We tried to get Mark Epstein. What's going on with that? I keep trying to get my manager's assistant to get Mark Epstein on the show, Jeffrey Epstein's brother. We called him on the Patreon, but we don't have it yet. We don't have him. Mark Epstein, come on this show. Come on this show. Do we have a video of Elizabeth Warren falling on the Senate floor? That just might be something fun just to watch. This is Elizabeth Warren falling down on the Senate floor. Elizabeth Warren falling on the Senate floor. Ladies and gentlemen, let's take a look.
In the affirmative. Baldwin, Blunt Rochester, Durbin, Heinrich.
A person in a wheelchair goes to help her.
Kane.
What's going on with these Democrats? Elizabeth Warren, everyone, falling on the Senate floor.
Baldwin, Blunt Rochester, Durbin.
She was going to be the president, by the way. She thought she was going to be the president. That woman. Falling on the Senate floor is going to be the president of the United States. TikToker's ex-Israeli army instructor as new hate speech manager. I like that. I think that's good. I think that's good. Can I have $250 million? I don't know about this, but I feel like this person might be slightly biased on what constitutes hate speech. Erica Mindel is a former U.S. State Department contractor, CIA, who worked for Deborah Lipstadt, special envoy to combat anti-Semitism under the government of former U.S. President Joe Biden. All of these people that have worked at the State Department are largely, a lot of them, not all of them, but a lot of them are intelligence people. And they're all over these tech companies, by the way. Google, Palantir, all of these places. They're all over these places. And these companies have grown with the understanding that at any given time, the government can go in to these companies overtly or covertly and start to rearrange things they dislike, including content moderation policies that do not align with their interests at any given time. This woman will, quote, develop and drive the company's positions on hate speech and influence legislative and regulatory framework, as well as, quote, analyze hate speech trends with a specific focus on anti-Semitism. I think that there is a lot of anti-Semitism. There is a lot of racism. There is a lot of homophobia. There's a lot of all of the things. We know that because people say things and people are hateful. Oh, and some of them are trying to be funny, and some of them are trying to be ironic, and some of them are trying to do whatever and be inflammatory. Whatever the motive is, it doesn't really matter to me. Largely, a lot of that, almost all of it, is what you deal with in a free society, especially in an anonymous place like the internet. It's where things like this thrive. Deciding what is and isn't hate speech is you become the new God. You decide how we talk about what issues and what is the way we are allowed to express ourselves. And in that, you are drawing lines around reality. You're making reality into what you want. You are manufacturing reality. And I'm not saying that there's no such thing as hate speech. There is obviously such a thing as hate speech. But in a free society where people have freedom of speech, it is largely a byproduct of that. And that attempts to curtail it, bullying, harassment, all those things are legally actionable, understandable, and shouldn't be allowed. Doxing people, threatening them, all of that stuff. But when you talk about issues, the war in Gaza, immigration, trans rights, gay rights, whatever, when you talk about issues, when you police people, their reactions to that policing is, in many cases, to go completely insane. When people are not allowed to express themselves, they go completely insane. They go crazy. when they're told that they're hateful and they're not allowed to ask a question, they're not allowed to have an idea, they're not allowed to follow a field of inquiry. When you tell them that, they go insane. It accomplishes the exact opposite of what you're trying to do, unless you're trying to drive them insane. Unless you want them to be insane. Unless any critique of something is supposed to look and feel insane. And in fact, driving those people into the netherworld of the internet and into online radicalization, echo chambers is the goal. And presenting any criticism of your idea as coming from the nether regions of the internet of crazy people, psychopaths, people that can't be dealt with in society. If that is the stated goal, then the content moderation policies make sense, because you just drive people crazy. You drive people crazy by telling them they're not allowed to have certain discussions. When you open the doors to inquiry and freedom, it's messy and ugly, and people are going to have discussions that are disturbing and debates, and people are going to be unhappy. But hopefully what emerges is some type of middle ground or center or set of values that most people can agree with on some level. Maybe not everyone's jazzed about them, but that's literally the way forward in most of these cases. You have to let people have an opinion. You can't draw a line around something and go, you're hateful as hate speech. Because then that makes those people insane and it makes them crazy. And there is always a backlash. Whatever you want, whatever you're trying to shove down people's throat, there's always a backlash. I saw it when I saw drag queens in libraries in full drag reading to 5-year-olds. I go, there's going to be a backlash. This is unnecessary. This is crazy. Indoctrinating people's children is crazy. And there's going to be a backlash. And then there is a backlash against trans people, gay people, whatever. Because people are going, wait a minute, who is part of this agenda? Why are my kids learning these ideas at 7, 4, 5? There's always a backlash. Tell people questioning what's going on in Gaza, they're going to say the Jews are control the weather. It's inevitable. You make people crazy. When you tell them that they're hateful when they ask a question, you make them insane. You actually make them crazy. They start becoming paranoid, and justifiably so. So all of these people that are trying to stamp out hate, they're actually not. What they're trying to do is stop legitimate criticism of something. And they want to boil it down to its most extreme and toxic components so it's easily discredited. That's what it is. That's what it is. Hello, Miriam. I'm on now. I'm doing it now. I haven't gotten to it yet. I'm going to, Miriam, I don't know what that means. That's Yiddish, but I think it means I'm fat. And I don't like, Miriam, I don't want that. I don't want that kind of life. There's no reason for it. Miriam, you can't threaten me with athletic greens. They've already left the show because I said I liked them when I was talking to Alex Jones. Miriam, all right, sorry. That was my aunt, Miriam Allen. I want to end this show by saying shalom and saying recently Gaza has been accused of having a famine. It's actually not true. We've obtained all of the photos of the kids in Gaza that are starving are fake. They're all kids that have anorexia because they have body image issues being brought on by TikTok, which must be banned. I'm literally doing it now. We have found a photo of a real kid in Gaza who is not only not starving, Okay? Not only is he not starving, but it exposes the lie that Hamas is saying. The lie that there are people starving in Gaza. We know that is untrue. This is a real child in Gaza that was sent to me by my aunt, Miriam Allen, who's in Gaza. Take a look. That is a Gaza child. Does that look like a hungry child? Does that look like a hungry child to you, you Israel haters? You lie! You lie! Ah! Good night.
Bam. We're golden. We call it golden hour. And we've got the golden hour light coming in.
Yeah. It's the best time to film. I know that. I learned that at the film school, RISD Film School.
And I went to RISD.
Sam went to RISD. I did too.
For 7 years. That's where I met Nick. Together?
Yeah, I was on the football team.
RISD, yeah.
RISD football team. I played right faggot. I played left crier. I played middle call my parents for money. I was pretty good too. I could run really fast to the ATM.
Dad?
Check me out. Blue 32. Mom, come get me.
So I'm here with, undisputedly, the most charismatic, the most likable, the top guy, okay? Where's his mystery charm come from? That's none of my business. But you know it's there, okay? The proof is in the pudding. We've got quite a few people. Let's go to the rape shed.
Let's walk back here in the rape area.
You're no doubt aware that we have quite a few people who follow us who are on the less charismatic side of the spectrum, let's say.
Yeah.
The
booger guys.
Yeah, booger guys, handicapped booger guys. You know, more importantly, a lot of good, normal people who just want to know how do you make it forward in life, interacting with other people? How do you make it so that your social interactions are positive, beneficial, good ones, etc.? And how do you get people to like you, basically, more or less?
One of the things that you kind of stay cognizant of is always ram your own positive things down people's throats. Like tell everybody I've always told everybody I meet to buy a house, and I don't care how mad they are at that.
So giving good advice.
That's
forcefully.
In
a way, it's almost like you're annoying with it.
Yeah. Like I tell people, like the only thing that's ever gotten me ahead is like buying a house, right? Like buy houses. I bought my house young, and it came back to me in. Like it's paid me back in spades, so to speak. It's the only thing that's probably paid me back in spades with like conversations with people that have more money or more than I, and it keeps me relevant to the dickhead that I need. And my father, well, if he has an opinion, he's gonna give it to you, whether you want to hear it or not. Like, no, don't do that.
I mean, the thing I noticed you do a lot, like almost every time you talk to someone, is you give warnings, basically. Like you're helping people avoid danger. And I don't think like people are so clueless. People are very clueless about what sort of danger is out there lurking.
Yeah.
And you're a guy who's very aware of how astray things can lead.
Fast.
Yeah.
One move. I bought a car. I bought a Maxima.
Yeah.
New. Oh, cool. How much was it? Oh, I got a good deal on it. How much was it? $32,000. You make fucking $18 an hour and you buy yourself a car. You're fucked for 7 years, stuff like that. So if you have a fucking opinion, you just tell them, don't do that and drive a piece of shit Honda.
And I think one of the things that's an important distinction is I've never seen you give someone advice to like stunt on them. Like to be condescending or belittling. Like you're always, every time you do this, and I know people get pissed off at you when you give advice because it's sometimes it's harsh, and sometimes you're like in disbelief that the person like fucked up that badly. But it's always like you're trying to help them do something better. You know what I mean? as opposed to being like, yeah, get like me. You got to buy a mansion. You gotta go do. You got to go to Hollywood and network, man. Like it's never.
Oh yeah.
It's never the type of casual advice that you get from people in LA. Like the type of things that people say in LA. Like you got to go do this.
You got to go audition. You got to audition for parts and then get a director friend. No one told. I like to give people conversations that I've never heard before. Like no one's ever just been like, save $7,500 and buy a house. Oh, I can't do that. Houses are $100,000. Like, well, you don't fucking know what a mortgage is, you fucking moron. Like, don't fuck your credit up on a Maxima.
Yeah, yeah.
Don't co-sign on a lease with a toxic girlfriend.
Yeah.
Like, don't pay for girls' shit because you're like a lonely sap. Don't date pieces of shit, or don't be with people that can't hold their own.
Mm-hmm. I think the takeaway from that is like sort of sharing what you have, not to the point where you're like putting people up in a room and you're like the guy with the hostel for wayward teens, but like sharing knowledge and sharing just being like very open with like what you have that you can leverage to get to a better position. Like there's not really any secrets in your playbook. Like you tell people the stuff that you do, it's like you would tell that to someone that yeah.
My brother, if you didn't already know it, but like it's just there's not enough time in general to have like anecdotal stories that put you up on like I don't like when people like happen to me all the time. Like all the time people will just nonstop brag to me about like stories of conquest. Like I went to this bar and we closed out the bar and it's like I got really drunk or something like that. It's like,
yeah.
Thanks for the fucking logistics story.
Yeah.
I appreciate it.
Thanks for the pro tips.
Yeah, thanks for the tip on, thanks for the story, the anecdotal story where you're the fucking man.
Yeah.
Yeah, the world needs more of those.
Oh, it was a Maserati, and they were surprised at how good of a driver you were?
Yeah. Oh, cool. You told the professional that you knew the stats on the unit.
Mm-hmm. So the two things people do pretty often, they do the bragging thing, which anybody who goes out west for a month knows what that looks like, because it's everybody out there is like that's almost like a language that they communicate in, is like the posturing and talking about the meeting they took and the fucking the LA stuff.
It went so well, it turned into nothing.
Mm-hmm.
This meeting did so good. The story about my meeting that I had with where I met someone that's funny, that got me literally fucking nothing. Here, it got me nothing, so it's gonna get you something. That never fucking happens.
I impressed them so much with my charisma, you'll never see my face on a billboard.
They liked me so much, they never called me again.
And then the other thing people do is they just don't share their knowledge. Like they become very secretive. Like anyone who's got a formula that works at all, they assume that like life is a zero-sum game, and like if they're getting money for their art or their
don't let it out.
Their tricks, don't let it out.
Oh, I can't tell you how I did my glaze. It's like there should be a theory in psychology called like secret recipe theory, where they talk about like, oh, now all you gotta do, you can't get the secret recipe to Kentucky Fried Chicken because now all you gotta do is start a fucking 3,000 chain brick and mortar restaurant, a huge fucking branding effort, and hire fucking 600,000 employees, and bing bang boom, you can beat KFC. That's all. That makes sense.
You want to make money vlogging, just go through a swamp.
We're gonna start swimming.
I generally think that secrets, like industrial secrets, like my editing recipe or what have you. Not that I have an editing recipe, I fucking pay people to do it for me. But the fucking, like your industrial secrets are a lot less valuable than having people know that you're reliable and like a worthwhile person to network with. Like having people, this is one thing that I never understood. I never got this. I always thought that like pure talent and skill were all it took, and that's like a sort of an autistic mindset, and that's one reason why people chafe so much against the parameters of reality, like, I don't understand. He was the best. Why doesn't he still have a job doing that? Why did they hire her? Why do they do this? Like, people don't understand that, like, the rules of reality are, like, written on people liking you. Like, that's a very core fundamental thing to how you get on in the world. It really doesn't fucking matter, like, how skilled you are. I mean, it matters, but it's not like, that's not the end all be all. The end all be all actually is whether or not you can, like, communicate with people and have people around you and, like, not be hated or not be, like, disliked, really.
And you have to not live in that. I mean, you can't care about, that's like caring about what people think of you or like you, you know, without being like, I'm gonna be a fucking dick all the time.
I don't mean people liking you, that doesn't mean people liking you like you're some golden figure, like you did some amazing thing, you need to be adored, whatever. I just mean, like, fucking talking to people like humans, looking them in the eye, etc., having people know that they can, like, rely on you for something, that sort of thing. That's the type of likability I'm talking about. Because that's how, when I was in school, I thought that I was going to get money, I was going to get gigs doing graphics or video stuff or whatever based on talent, which is not how it works. You get gigs based on knowing people who, like, bring you in, like Nate Hertzellers. Like, I wouldn't hire Nate Hertzellers again because he's so good. I would hire him again because he's, like, cool.
Yeah,
and
he was
like,
nice the whole time.
And he was nice the whole time, and he was, like, easy to work with. Like, that's why I would, if I was doing something big, I would hire him again. You know what I mean?
Yeah, being fucking decent, you know. And then there's people who are more talented than, you know, like Nate Hertzellers and the guy, but the guy was a fucking, like, yeah, you were
a fag. We've met a dozen people like that who are, like, slick, real good at what they do, and they're, like, fucking faggot dickheads.
Yeah, like, oh, cool, you're gonna try to question me and, like, stump me up and fucking.
You're gonna embarrass me in front of the crew because of the lens choice that I thought would be a good idea, like that type of shit.
Yeah, and then
like the little costume guy with, like,
yeah,
stuff like that.
You can't do that, and I'm just like, oh, I know, fucking foolish me for not being a fucking costume major. Like, let's go buy a fucking car and watch how many fucking fag-ass things you say. 50 is the answer. 50 fag-ass things where you're like, I'm gonna grind this guy. You're not gonna do anything. If I left here, you'd fucking leave in the car, you fucking pussy. If I left here at the dealership, you'd leave in an Altima.
You'd leave in a Toyota Matrix.
Literally, you'd be like, this is pretty sporty. He said it. And I'm just like, I thought you were gonna fucking pulverize the guy. I thought you were gonna kill him and get a car for free.
I thought that when you left the dealership, the owner, you said this thing, it was so funny. The Raptor. You said the owner was gonna shoot himself with his gun because I got such a good deal.
Oh man, when I left there, people said to me, oh man, when I got my deal, the fucking owner, like, after he saw the deal, was gonna fucking fire everybody and quit his whole career, sell the dealdership.
He was fingering his gun. He was gonna do something crazy.
Because I convinced them. Because
I got such a good deal.
I got such a good deal. Oh man, they made a special deal for me. That's what people tell me. They made a special. Nothing special, no one special. And then, you know, and then people who really just want to paint themselves in a light, like, hey, guess what? A lot of the time, 85% of the stories that come out where you're the fucking man, the 9 other people that heard that fucking story are like this. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up, dude. I'm sick of hearing this fucking guy. One-upper. Like, no one understands how much of one-up. And I don't even like, because right now this is like a one-uppy saying, but, like, when you say that, you're like, you didn't win anything, dude. You lost everybody. Like, you know, oh yeah, you're the dude, your fucking dick's 42 inches. How do you even keep pants for that fucking thing, dude? And the amount of people that do that or think that that's the way to, like, gain ground, I guess, with, like, with peers and shit like that. Like, nah, it doesn't win, man. In fact, and, like, self-effacing is just so, or being human, self-effacing is more, I think one of the funnier things that can be done is never let anybody hit you square. That's more along the lines of, like, someone's like, hey, that's a nice shirt, fag, and I'm like, yeah, I fucking deep throat. Like, immediately. Like, they're just like this, fuck, can't hit him. Can't hit this guy. Nice yellow corduroys. I wear yellow corduroys. Nice yellow corduroys. I'm like this, yeah, they look good rolled up on the floor in my Fire Island condo. Fire Island's for gays, and and then they don't know what to do, because I know that's, you know, that's what they get. And just being like slippery with people, and rather than be self-effacing, just never letting anybody like hit you square and showing that you have the humanity to like throw yourself right under the bus like that is has been a good one, especially in car business where guys aren't cognizant of like I think
other salesmen are always trying to zing you, one up you.
Film guys are super.
Film guys are
like into it and like they're sensitive. Like you say something like off and you're like, why would you say that? Were you like talking about me when you were saying that? And I'm like, no. And then that's there. And then you go out to the normal world. We have a job at Taco Bell or whatever. People are just like, they're not cognizant of any of that. They don't even fucking talk like that. They're just like, what's up, you fucking pussy queer? And then you're like this, yeah, eat ass, dude. Eat a guy's ass. And they're like, fuck. And then sometimes those guys get better. So, like I've done that with a few people where like that guy starts like that with everybody and then he changes and gets better and he stops doing shit like that. And you're like, oh yeah, because that's not, no one likes.
You learned. I taught you.
Yeah, you learned. I sprayed the puppy with a water bottle.
Sprayed mace.
Yeah, like, it's like, I don't know what to do.
One of the benefits of, I don't want to be one of these guys that's like trashing people who are on the spectrum, who have Asperger's or have some sort of like social glitch.
Yeah.
Because I think that those people, there's something very useful about that type of brain, and we need them around. But I will say this, one of the flaws of the autism brain is that you hold meritocracy very high, like a system of rules where the best are rewarded for being the best. That's like an autistic person like aspires to that type of world, and I don't think that's a bad thing, but that's not reality. Reality is, and that's why when people who are talented, like we've known talented people who become fucking dickheads and try to like posture and like belittle you for your fucking lens choice and that type of shit, and like that's like a thing. Like I used to be like that. So one way of dealing when you are talented and when you're good and you're skilled and you feel like you're not being rewarded, you know what I mean? Like there are a lot of young people who think that they should have some reward coming their way. They should have some sort of life that they're living that is not the life they're living. Like it's entitlement basically.
Yeah.
And one way of dealing with that, I think, is like by lashing out against normies, lashing out against people who don't know everything about costume design, everything about cinematography, everything about art, like holding people in disdain who don't know about like fucking Damien Hirst or whoever is good. I don't even care who's good. I don't know. I think that's probably like most of the circumstances where we've come up against that and seen that's the case, is like someone who's good and isn't being rewarded by life for being good, because they're going about it the wrong way. Because you don't get rewarded for being good. You get rewarded for like being a good person, basically, like being likable, having friends, and not being like a shithead.
Yeah, not knifing or I'm gonna be there and you're there. I'm gonna be there. I'm down. You're there. And that shit comes out with anybody. Like just people you going out and having beers with. I'm gonna go out and have beers with you. All right, I'll text you later. You don't text them. Just shithead ethic, or like, oh, you know that he got that because his fucking dad gave him 20 grand, or oh, he's successful because he fucking, no man, he works hard, but you know, oh no, she did a good job, but she had a leg up.
Always talking down other people.
Yeah, just a little, not like it just couldn't be the reality of it is like, hey, people like the fucking girl.
Maybe she's a little better than you. Maybe she's more like the one, you know, the girl we know. Yeah. But she's gonna go, I would assume, very far.
Everywhere.
What is she good at? Yeah. I didn't see anything. I don't know. I don't know. She's good at getting people to like her.
Yeah.
And I think that's like a legitimate skill. And I don't begrudge her that she's gonna like go far, because that's like, she got the fucking formula.
She did. And I like she knew the right people to make like her too. Like she was like this, that person's kind of shitty. I'm not gonna be nice to that person because they're shitty. And but this person's like, maybe, you know, it's maybe they're like and it's probably sociopathic behavior, but who cares? It's the one that matters. It's the one part of all, you know, hey, serial killers have good handwriting. I don't know, you know?
I let him write my journal.
Yeah, fucking hey, look at this guy. Looks like an architect. Real chop. off head. No, that's it's true. Like, people like that, and then people get mad at that. People are like, oh, she's a fucking scum suck it, like a suck pump, and it's like, nah. And the reason why people like it is because she went and got you a fucking coffee, dude. And she's good to have around. Yeah. And we, more than anyone, we could say that she's a scum sucking, scum pump. She's tried to suck that guy's dick, etc. Yeah. We wouldn't say that because we like having her around. Yeah. Like if she was here right now, we'd be having like slightly more fun, and we wouldn't be bothered by her presence, etc. She'd be inclusive. Mm-hmm. Like she's like inclusive in a conversation, and like knows like, hey, there's 6 people here. Number 6 and 7 aren't being talked to. Go touch 6 and 7. Mm-hmm. Touch 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Mm-hmm. And yeah, sure, it's a little bit of like, hey, a social duty as like a steward of the conversation, but whatever. People remember, hey, that guy talked to me. No one was fucking talking to me. This fucking guy came over. I always, there's a rap lyric. It's a big boy rap lyric. You have to pay your people bills. I always think about that when I'm getting hardcore into like work mode where I'm staring into a computer and I don't want to be bothered by anybody, and I don't really have time to pay my people bills. But I'm very conscious of the fact that you have to, you just have to do that. Yeah. You have to like be available sometimes and like be fucking a friend for people. Yeah, no, it's like you gotta touch people and be cognizant of when like, hey, I haven't talked to that guy in a while. How nice is it? Just think about it. How nice is it when someone reaches out? It's so fucking rare, but like a guy you haven't talked to in 6 years, just some fucking buddy you had a fun night out or something, or maybe you had a good couple of weeks with someone a couple of years ago, you went drinking 2 times and you were like, hey man, hey, how's it going? Hey man, thinking of you. And it's just like, nice. Yeah, that's always a good thing. You never know, You're never gonna be penalized for hitting someone up and being like, hey, what's up, man? I was just thinking about this thing that happened a while ago. I thought that was funny. How's it going? How's your life? How's your work? How's your kids, etc. Like that's never gonna be you're never gonna be punished for saying that. Yeah, and it's you never know in like funny shit pops out of that. Funny or good, sometimes worthwhile shit. Like, hey, well, it's fucking weird. I know you're into fucking jerking off, and I got all this extra cocoa butter. The thing that people say to be interesting, be interested. The thing that people like to do the most is talk about themselves. Yeah. And if you're a willing receiver of, and not just willing to like sit there and listen like a dummy, but if you actually take an interest in what they're saying, not in a fake way, but in a genuine way, I think that's kind of a good master key type move, general purpose social thing, is to be genuinely interested. It's true. I have a kid that I sell cars with. The kid's kind of like he's on the spectrum a little bit. And I think he's just a nervous kid. He's 23, but he's a fucking pretty good car salesman. And he listens to me like intently. He like sits there and he's like this. Why would you do that? And I close all his deals for him. Like I'll TO and I'll show him exactly what I do. I'll give him I'll be like, don't say this. And he'll be like this, okay, got it. Because if he said, like my boss will tell him to get the fuck out. He'll be like this, my boss said to go get the fuck out. Like he doesn't fucking get it. Like he'll like literally turn around and be like, he said that deal's not realistic and literally none of your numbers make sense. You should leave. And I'm like, oh shit. Like I saw him do it one time and I was like, what the fuck, dude? Like I like pulled him aside. I was like, dude, what are you fucking nuts? Like you gotta have throw some fucking water in that mix, dude. And he's like, what do you mean water? Like you didn't get it. And I was like, oh. And like I mean I get it. He's just a nervous. He was a porter, which means he was the kid who like drove the cars around the lot and like moved them and made sure. But he was like, he listens, and I like my boss likes people who listen. I like people who listen because he's just like, fuck it. If you tell him to do, and he gets ahead. Like the kid's like, he was a fucking porter. The kid made like $12 an hour. Now he made his paycheck last week was for like $9,000, and like he like his girlfriend like cheats on him all the time, and she wants to be a cop. She's like just this fucking jockey pig type that like eats hot dogs and nasty, and she fucks around on him all the time. That's my dream, to have a girl who wears baseball hats. I just want a girl to watch the game with. Yeah, to watch the game, because I don't even watch the fucking game. But that's extremely important. So here's the thing. I've told people this. You want a college degree,
You want to fucking go to sit in class all day. You want to extend your high school torture. You want to fall asleep in the library some more. Go ahead, rack up the $200,000 in debt. If you want to get ahead in any sense of the word, in any fucking way, you need a mentor, okay? And this doesn't mean you need to start watching Ty Lopez videos and fucking go to some guy's house where he's got an indoor roller rink and be crawling around with a plate of hors d'oeuvres on your back because you're the protege, okay? You're doing some weird shit. It just means find somebody who has skills, money, talent, etc., who's doing what you want to do, and fucking absorb the information. That's the most important thing, in my opinion. The people who are like that, people like us who have some sort of knowledge to impart, the thing that wets our whistle and makes us the happiest and makes us the most willing to divulge that information is when they crawl around like pigs with hors d'oeuvres on their back in the roller rink. The second most fun thing is when they fucking listen to your information that you're giving them. I can't tell you how many people who've fucking either asked me for advice or asked me for a gig or I've worked on with a gig or I had to come shoot something where I'm like explaining something that has taken me 10 years to learn and they're like, nah, I'm just gonna do it this way. Nah, I got the better.
The guy's gonna get ahead. That guy's gonna get a leg up on me.
Yeah.
You know, if someone's telling you something like, a buddy of mine told me, I worked when I was 22. I was really hot to trot when I was 22. I like sold a house and made 50 grand when I was like 20. I thought I was a fucking know-it-all. And my buddy told me, he's like, dude, you talk about yourself too much. And I was like, whoa. And he's like, shut your fucking mouth and open your fucking ears. And I was like, okay. And then from there on out, and then I met a few friends that carried along that same thing and I just, from then on, I was just like, okay. Like, no one wants to fucking hear it. Like, oh yeah, dude, you're the fucking king. You ended up fucking making the deal or getting doing the thing. Yeah, shut the fuck up, dude. Like, literally, tell processes, information. I would rather hear someone tell me how to properly fertilize a lawn rather than some conquest story where the guy won a fight with two dudes. Oh, you kicked the guy first, and then you turn around and decked the other, knocked him out one punch. Oh, cool.
Then you took off in a jetpack.
Then you jumped in a Rolls Royce with a babe in it, and she sucked your cock, and she said, you drive. And then she's like, you can have the Rolls Royce, because the fucking blowjob that you just got was so good.
You just sit back.
Just sit back. We're going to my mansion. I'm going to give you the keys to it. You're going to own it.
I was definitely the same way. I was total poison when I was 22. Thought I knew everything, thought that my artistic vision was going to materialize in a year, etc., etc. Here's the thing. The mentors, people who are older, people who have more experience, they're just regular people. And so they have like most of the stuff that I say during the day is like throwaway trash. I'm not like giving out gold nuggets here and there. I'm like a fucking retard. I'm 34 years old. I live in an apartment. Like, I'm not like super genius. There are things though that have taken me fucking a decade to learn or master, and they're things that, like, instead of just being regular things, they're things that I've been focused on and attuned to, and they're things that I really do have the answer to. And when you can sense that someone is like telling you those things, you have to, the only right thing to do is absorb them. You can't like shut someone down or be condescending or think that you have the right answer in those situations.
Yeah, like Sam's onto something, but here's here's how I do
Take
out your big pen and your big marker and write the neatest when that shit starts coming out.
Yeah.
Like, start writing those notes down hard, like anything or like best practices, and you can read fucking Reddit threads and fucking, financial independence Reddit threads or something like that, or some, top 10 tips, that shit runs out, but like weird advice that's like, oh, I never heard that one before, or like cautionary tales, like, I have a cabinet maker, my boy, I'm gonna pay him, he's gonna do cabinets. Oh yeah, where are you getting the fucking A-clear fucking birch plywood? You know where to get that shit for under 140 a sheet? What's your lead time? What is he? Does he have a magic saw and he knows how to fucking, he knows how to joint, he knows how to like Craig joint faster than anybody else? Your boy's just gonna give you money. No, go to Home Depot and buy them. Use the 72 month 0% financing, or the 24 month 0% financing, and buy the nicest shit you can, and then sell the house before, or something like that. Like just weird, like it's a combination. It's a composition of a lot of ideas I've heard with maneuvers I haven't, and that's what a lot of things are.
And you get those from weird people sometimes. You get them like from old antique dealers. I've gotten them from the general manager at the Toyota dealership, from a fucking MMA coach. And it's not like everything they say is pure gold, but there are things, like the things that they really know, that their blood, sweat, and tears have gone into like generating that knowledge. These are things that are like vitally important to take down. And
your whole life's gonna be like a one big giant composition of like your own best practices that worked, and this worked for me, that worked for me. Like immediately never talking to people who suck or toxic people ever again as soon as you meet them. That's one I never. If I meet you and you're awful and you never talk to me again, you're a piece of shit. If I'm like this, I hate that guy. That's how I am. Never again. We're never gonna talk again ever. Not even once. You say hi to me, I don't even say hi. I'm like, this ginger ale?
One thing we mentioned earlier was the tendency of people who are bitter to like down talk the achievements of other people.
Yeah.
And it's like if you are a better editor or a better designer or whatever than fucking Johnny X, than Timmy Balenciaga, and you probably have the right to say, oh, he's just there because he's got rich parents. He's just there because he lucked into it. He got a big win early on, and now he's just riding off that. Like, you probably have every right to say that if you're actually talented and good. The thing is, though, it creates this like excuse mindset. So instead of trying to better yourself, instead of trying to get a better position in the world, instead of trying to like politic and do the right things and make moves and do all that, you just sit there in your fucking room thinking about how if you only got a head start, you'd be in his shoes. You know what I mean?
Always.
Yeah. So that's like right off the bat, even before anything else, that's like you're putting a curse on yourself. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you're accounting. This is if your life is considered a day job, you just accounted 35% of your available free thought time to throw fucking cones in your road.
Throwing oil on your slicks.
Yeah, I'm throwing bananas in front of me. Like, good idea.
Yeah.
Because it's just like circle jerking yourself and like ridding as much time as you can of like doing, like, yeah, everybody can. Oh God, I can imagine how much people are in their own head. God, everybody's probably so in their own head.
They are. If you want to make it real simple, do this. Think about yourself as an employee of a business run by yourself. Yeah. And Jordan Peterson, he said something like, your time, if you really think about it, your time is worth like $200 an hour. When you think about like the momentum that you're building right now, future wages, all the time in your life, whatever his breakdown was, $200 an hour. I don't know what he said to support that. I'm not going to disagree with it. I'm going to agree with it. Your time is worth $200 an hour. I'm not going to pay you that. Good luck getting that from me. But
I make that easy.
But you think about yourself as a fucking employee of your own company, and you're paying yourself $200 an hour. Would you pay a fucking intern college kid that you find on Craigslist, would you pay him $200 an hour to fucking sit in front of his computer thinking about all the reasons why he's the best and why he needs to be at the top position and everybody else sucks? Would you pay someone to do that? If the answer is no, don't do it, because that's what you're doing. The like blackness that lives inside people who feel like they've been shafted by life and they feel like they're better than what they're getting, that's like an insane blackness.
Oh yeah. No, I mean everybody. Yeah. Don't you think that? Wouldn't you think that like 18% of people think like that, and some variety of that? Like, even I'm talking like normies.
Yeah.
Like your average fucking Joe, the Staples like store manager. He's just like, I mean, I don't think it's as crystallized with the dummies as it is with the smarties. But is that what we're talking about? Like,
yeah.
Like that general,
Poor me syndrome.
woe me. And your own like 45 to 60% of your time is basically some version of you telling yourself that you give up. Life, you're already behind the ball, dude. The fucking race already left, dude. How am I gonna win now?
So when I thought about talking to you about this, I was thinking, like in my head, what's this video gonna look like? 48 laws to make people like you, 48 master pickup tips. But it's really just like stuff to avoid, which I think most good advice is like how to not get caught in a bear trap. You know what I mean? So the thing with the fucking negativity is, first of all, you're sabotaging yourself and you're basically paying yourself to do fucking nothing. And the second thing is that when you have negative thoughts like that, they come out on your fucking face. Like people know instantly if that's where your head is at, and it's like a repulsive thing. Like nobody wants to talk to you, nobody wants to be your friend, nobody wants to, and that's one of the hardest things about like not getting pussy when you're like 20 years old or 22 is like the resentment over not getting pussy makes you more repulsive. It makes you more repulsive than you could ever imagine when you're not getting pussy. And getting pussy is like getting money. And if you're not getting money and you're bent out of shape over it, and it's like eating at you, and it's this blackness inside you, then it's a recipe to get not more money.
Yeah, it is like it's like walking into the basement.
Yeah.
Like, hey, what's going on? I'm gonna walk 70 stories down. And there's a cool. Yeah, it's like putting yourself in a cell. That's just tough. That's tough.
The other thing is like, girls want to fuck. They want to give up the pussy, and people want to like you, and people want like people who are making money and doing things. They want to like generate more, and they want to be surrounded by like other people who are like positive and doing shit. And so it's like walking into a house and there's like a whole living room full of people and like Thanksgiving dinner, and they're all like, hey, whoa, he's here. Hey, Timmy Balenciaga's here. Oh my God, come sit down. And you're just like, nah, I'm gonna crawl under the house.
Thanks for the warm welcome. I'm gonna go in the bathroom immediately.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna go. Yeah, no, I know. And I see that happen sometimes. People, maybe it's a lack of worthiness or something like that. But I don't know. Maybe it's a different frame of mind when the timing of the day when you catch people, like when your contact time occurs with humans, with other people, and you're like, I'm always talking to people at like work hours, so people are in a different mindset. So it takes a long time for me to develop a relationship to figure out like, this person's all like, I don't know. When you start to see those things, you can see.
You see the real face. You see the off hours face.
Yeah. And like, what do you spend your time doing? A lot of people do like nothing. I never hear anybody ever tell me about like side hustles or like.
Yeah.
I never ever hear that fucking. And when I hear it, I talk that person's fucking ear off.
Yeah.
I'll stay for 3 hours and talk to him about like. I'll just keep going.
Even if it's something that you're never going to be interested in.
Yeah, but
it's
it's
like, what do you do? How do you sell it? What websites are you using? Like, what is
it good for you? When do you do it? What time of day do you do it? You know what I mean? Like, okay, so that, and then you just shoot the shit on an idea. Or like, but here's what people tell me. They go, no, they don't even bring it up. They're not even cool enough to bring up like, oh yeah, I went to Disney. I went to Disney and stayed at the Epcot. Like, I get like, great. Fucking wow, dude.
I would even talk to someone who stayed at Disney, but they're not that interesting.
No, they don't want to talk about it. So, they after people, they do nothing. Oh, I watch my shows. You ever watch that show, like there's that show Law and Order?
I watch Law and Order.
I watch the show, it's Law and Order. I'm like, this fucking great fucking logistics stories. I call them logistics stories. No, if they go to nothing, I have these great friends. But every time I fucking talk to them, it's like, dude, I went to fucking fix my washing machine and it was a fucking compressor. So I went to they had the pot, I looked it up online, boom, Home Depot comes up, Smithfield, I go to Smithfield. Guess what? They don't have it.
I hear that every fucking day.
I gotta go, then I go all the way to the one in Warwick, dude. I get there, fucking guy says, oh, yup, I got one, come on down. I go there, do traffic, 20 minutes. If someone talks about traffic to me, I want to fucking Goldberg spear him. Like, I want to do, I can't take that. Like, I can't, but people, that's what people, and then other guys like this, dude, you should have went Route 2. Dude, you could have took Strawberry Field Road cutoff, dude. And there's no traffic from 4 to 2 to 4. The first guy's like 4, yeah, 4, because the construction down by Strawberry Field at the crosswalk, and then like traffic for 20 minutes. So did you get the pot? And the guy's like, yeah, so I go to walk, dude. No pot. That's like 5 minutes. Negative, but like, who gives a fuck after? Who gives a fuck after? Who, like, here's my sentence structure. 5 sentences in a declarations that all suck. If you took them apart, if you decompartmentalize the sentence structure, any of these fucking sentences anywhere in there, it's just such a fucking downer. Like
any of them is the headline to like a bad Reddit story. Like, today my wife cheated on me and my kid has AIDS.
I bumped my shin and now I have an infection.
Yeah.
Great, and it was all infected. Like, health is a logistic story. Watch this pretty puppy start. I did the snowpack in the wheels all winter. I did the open ground for the bottom to get the rust on the CV boot and the joints and lower control arms. I wanted to get them all rusted up for the season. And let's see if it starts up. Oh, it did literally fucking nothing. Oh, it's dead for the 10th time of owning this fucking car. Cool. Having a fucking piece of fucking metal sit here and never fucking start or do the thing it's supposed to do. This fucking piece of shit. I hate this fucking car with all my fucking might. I swear to God, I wanna fucking smash it with sledgehammers. I swear to God, I wanna cut its fucking hands off. I wanna rip the steering wheel out. I wanna kick this fucking dashboard in. Open the hood and then rip it off with the fucking car.
I like it.
I want to rip all this dashboard. I want to smash each thing. I want to take all the controls and kick them in a recycling bin. Rip off all the door panels. I have a front lip on the front, the VSR1 3.0 CSI race bumper. I want to specifically fucking run and drop kick that every day at night. I want to come and kick it for 10 minutes. That's what I want to do. I want to open the fucking engine, get it to as far bled opened up as I could, and then dump fucking sand in the fucking engine, like fucking pebble-sized gravel, and fucking floor it, and then block the exhaust pipe. Hey, do you think you know someone that would want to buy it? Hey, do you think you'd have a friend that would want to buy a cool classic?
I think another thing about the down talking. So, it's paying someone to do something ridiculous. You're paying yourself to be negative.
Yes.
You wear it on your face. You're obviously not someone that anyone wants to associate with. The other two things are that you attract other people like that. And I'm sure you've noticed this, but that's like a whole entire genre of bonding with people, is commiserating. Like, there are people who, when they get together, all they do is talk about their all the negative things, and it's almost like a contest to see who can one up each other with like the worst, like being more negative and like having worse things to talk about. And those are the types of people that you don't want. Like, you don't want to have those people be your friends. Like, you're attracting the wrong group of friends.
If they're people like your coworkers or something like that, or people you can't get away from, I think keeping them at like arm's length and just literally like, yeah. Mm-hmm. Like, not even giving them one fucking ounce of like, you're like this. Yeah. You think you got it bad? Mm-hmm. Shit like that. If you start hearing like little quips like, you think, try this one on, or the one I always say to people that's like a stupid thing like that, my own that I do is, life sucks, then you die. Mm-hmm. I say that all the time to people. Mm-hmm. If someone gives me a shit story, like, I went to the thing, I was like, my grandmother always said, life sucks, then you die. Mm-hmm. And like shut it down. It's enough to walk away, like, and they're just like this, damn, that guy's worse than me. I just went up to you, pussy.
Mm-hmm. That's sort of a seductive thing, bonding with people over negative things, because it's easy to do. Everybody has some sob story. Everybody has some jilted thing they want to get off their chest. And when you start bonding with people that way, when you start attracting friends and your friendship is based on that, it's a little bit addictive because it's so easy to do, and it instantly gives you almost like a social group kind of thing. Like, it instantly makes you feel like you fit in, even though the way you're fitting in is by being a disfigured, fucking mentally ill retard.
Yeah. Yeah, I do that at work. I do that. That's something I fucking do, dude. It's so true. And it's like, but when your entire basis for conversation is always like, my fucking wife or my kids or my bills or my back or I don't fucking.
Someone said something to me online, rubbed me the wrong way.
Yeah, it's okay. Yeah.
So I doxed him.
But yeah, the dealership guys are always like, yeah, I was in a forum and some fucking Japanese fucking.
Some guy said my YouTube likes playlist was whack, so I doxed him.
Yeah, no, that's. I think people do like to talk, to speak hell only and only hell world, and sharing. I don't know anybody's idea. Like, what the fuck? It's just like, I own a customer came in last week. I own 10 preschools. They were loaded. I was like, how's that go? And I ask them a lot of questions. If someone's like sharing something like personal information, ask them a fucking load of questions. Let them spill. Let them spill into you. What do you have to do?
You never know what kind of piece of information is going to be useful.
Yeah, you like come in like this. I always tell people like that. Don't come in like this. Or no, wait, hold on. No, don't come in like this. Like fucking like, hey, what's up? Come in like this, like slowly and like with gift.
Yep.
That's just you got to be your approach. I think that's like, dude, you come in so fucking like right at people, like it's just like easy. Yeah,
come in like that.
Yeah. Yeah, like that.
One of the best things I ever heard from you was you were talking about selling Acuras. It was back at the Acura dealership, and you said your whole style was this. Are you here to buy a car? Come with me. It's not a big deal.
Man, that sounds good. That sounds like something I wish I said. Did I say that?
You did say that.
Oh man,
that was a good piece of advice. That stuck with me.
Yeah.
It's not gonna be that hard. Come on, let's go.
Let's go do this. Come on.
Get out of the BMW. Let's go do this. The last thing was the negative commiseration shit. The last and most important thing is it just makes people not want to work with you. Like when people know that you're a complainer and that instead of getting things done and being useful and like being the go-to guy to like go get the dishwasher part, if they know that instead of getting it, you're going to come back with a story about how like your bad luck makes your Jesus Christ on the cross because your bad luck, you had to sit in traffic to get the dishwasher part. Like if people know that that's your bad
every time, no
one is ever going to want to work with you, talk to you, touch you, etc. Would it kill you to like make a 5-minute detour and get a box of wine? No. What are you going to spend that on? Steam games? No, I got the jumping one with the ninja. I didn't buy my friend a fucking housewarming gift. I got the jumping game with the fucking the sweeping game. I got that.
I buy my boss a bagel. I do it all the time. I don't fucking care. Yeah, no, I know exactly what I'm doing. Yep, old school, buying the guy shit who can give you the shit.
Oh yeah.
That was an easy one. That's $1. That's fucking simple. You'd do worse and spend more time doing more. Well, I'm gonna make sure all the small tasks that with the whole office, I'm gonna do the most of it, and that matter. Nah, the bagel worked. My $1 bagel worked. Bagels are a fucking $1, by the way. I didn't know that. Do you know that?
No.
Bagels with cream cheese on them from Panera Bread are $1.50 or something, 75.
We were talking about the little pieces that spill out. That's a master key right there. If you can make someone smile with a $1.50 fucking bagel,
and you will.
And that's a skill. That's not like an unfair. That's not some. Oh, it's unfair. It's unfair. It has to be this way. It's this way and it's this way. What? I should be the guy. I did all this. I made this pile of shit. It's not that way.
Cinnamon toast bagel.
Game over.
That's it. Hey, dude, I got you a toasted cinnamon toast bagel and the cream cheese.
That's a lock.
For me?
That's a lock.
Are you fucking kidding me?
That is a lock.
Yeah. I'll give a raise.
That's like, you remember Forrest Gump?
Yep.
You know when he's assembling and disassembling the weapon?
Yep.
And the drill sergeant comes over and he says, Gump! Why did you disassemble that weapon so quickly? Because you told me to, drill sergeant? God damn it, Gump! You must have an IQ of 150! You must be a goddamn genius, Gump! That's the bagel right there.
Yeah, it is. It is. It's like
damn.
It's a simple. It's like you're already there. You're gonna do it anyway. Every time, doesn't matter. Always grab something. Give it other guys. Other people in your here, I got you a bagel.
This is not hyperbole. Who's gonna do better? The guy with the more prestigious college degree or the guy who brings the boss a fucking bagel?
I know. It's a sad reality.
That's not even a fucking joke.
Sulk over it.
That's not even a joke. Go feel bad about that. Oh, you're good at graphic design. You made a beat that someone likes. You made a good beat. Or did you buy someone in a position that you want to be in a bagel?
It's so fucking stupid.
That's the crux. That's what I wanted to get at with this.
Yes,
That's it right there. The people who work at my office, I always try to buy them coffee. You think I like spending $50 at Starbucks every day? On fucking John's Macchiato. He's got some special drink he wants that's like $8.
Every time?
Oh,
no caramel drizzle.
Yeah. Every fucking time.
Oh, is that a foggy morning? What's that thing called? Is that a London fog?
But yeah, I wanted to tell people, I wanted to get to this because this is something that plagued me for years. I always thought I was so smart. I always thought I was so fucking good, and it doesn't matter. It didn't matter. It didn't fucking do anything. If you're not liked, if you're not likable, if you're not invested in the people around you, you might as well be fucking making soap sculptures, whittling away at a soap bar. That's your artistic output. Any closing arguments?
Like usual. Nope. I'm spent. I gave it all right away.
All right. Nick, thank you so much.
Always.
Love you, man. Love this car. I'm happy that I bought this from you today.
This is a good deal. You're going to love it.
I know. I'm glad you cut me a deal on it, too.
I want to put the title to this car through the fucking shredder.
Yeah.
Another one?
Yeah.
Yeah, there you are.
Beans.
There you are, Beans. What's up, Beans?
How are you?
I'm good. How about you?
I'm doing pretty good.
Lucky to be alive. That's what I think every minute of the day.
I know it. Hey, what's up, everybody? How's everybody's week?
The Palace, again, the Sunday, makes it all worth it.
Every single time.
Thank God. Thank God people are willing to come in here and enjoy this with us in the realest way.
Waiting for Sunday every single time.
It's, as far as I'm concerned, it's the only day of the week.
We got a hot one tonight.
Tonight is like, I don't know what you would call it, sort of like Demolition Derby for PSX.
Like Demolition Man.
It was just like Demolition Man. Is that the one with the weird sex? They had like mind sex, Sandra Bullock?
Is it? That's with Sly, right?
That's when he's like, oh, we don't have sex anymore. You know, like they...
We'll have sex with a bot.
Yeah, something like that. They put these things on their heads and they were like, it looked painful. It looked like a nightmare of things to come.
Oh, that's where we're at right now.
It's the only thing I remember from that movie.
Nice. I just want to...
Your voice sounds weird.
I just don't want to be clipping too bad. Does that seem okay?
Oh, you found yourself... It's almost like the Foundry. The Crucible happens here.
I think I'm okay now, Charlie.
Oh, is it good now?
I hope so.
I thought your voice was clipping.
I know. Well, it was. Where the heck is my, and it still is, where the heck is my sheet of paper? Because I have to thank, we have to thank.
No, we got an extra list of PBS supporters.
Yeah, we do. We have to,
I know Green Man.
I'm just going to hold this.
I know Crackle. I know Snap and Crackle.
You know, Snap, Crackle, and Pop. I don't think it's me, Charles. I don't know if it's both of us or what.
It could be something else. For all you know, no one else even hears it. It's just you.
You think?
For all you know. And sometimes you give it a little bit of love, and then it gives a whole lot back.
Do you guys hear it on that? It's definitely me. All right, let me
It could be because you had the electricity running through you. Remember?
I've never had this much electricity running through me.
Yeah, remember Eric, before he got here, he actually got electrocuted.
This sucks.
That's why we did 5 audio tests perfectly.
Yeah, we always do it. It works perfect every single time. All right.
Could be Count Chocula, Boo Berry.
So annoying.
Yeah, there it is.
I gotta figure that out.
Sometimes things get haunted.
I did tighten it.
Remember the haunted scene? Was it Exorcist 3? 3 was the long pullout, and the nun or whatever it is in the hospital crosses the hallway, and then the thing, bop, 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 bop. the thing comes out like a maniac.
Yes. All right, let's just assume that everything's okay. It's not, but okay.
Oh, it's good.
All right, so Dream Tier, we have to thank everybody. Dream Tier, as always. Business Company Network, Oddball, Drippy Bird, Green Man. So
Oh my God.
we have to thank you guys. You guys are the elite.
Without this, there would be no air conditioning. Eric would have to get electrocuted elsewhere.
Yeah.
The lights wouldn't be on.
There'd be nothing left for me.
Be candles and flashlights.
You know, I have to say this. How many times can we do this and have audio issues, though? Isn't that just insane?
I think every time.
Every single time.
I think it's called every time.
Because it's not just me. I can hear it on you now, too.
That's perfect.
This we're just going to go, because this is too important, because I have to announce our guest.
Count to 10?
Yeah. I'm taking a time out.
I'm going to unplug you for 1 second.
Oh, okay. We're going to do some live tech support.
Do that. Tech support!
I have a hard time believing it. Oh,
All right, let's see now.
believe it.
Ooh, wait a minute. Things seem nice.
Now, there was a grounding issue.
There was a grounding issue. This seems good.
Hopes and dreams lying on the ground.
Let's just start fresh.
Why not? It's nice to be here, Eric.
It's
How you
good.
doing?
It's good, man.
God, you wait the whole week for a special time like this, and you got all the lads watching.
Hell yeah. Tonight we got someone special on here. We got Nick Rochefort.
Who?
The one and only.
Nicholas Rochefort?
I will say, this is the thing about Nick. Every single time I'm with him, I know it's going to be the most fun time of my life.
I think about that every time. The last time was the first time.
I will say that every single time I hang out with him, I always say, this is going to be the most fun ever. It really is. He's got that power.
Always get hyped for Nick.
Why don't we just bring him in and have fun?
I don't see why not. If we're going to do karate, we'll do it later.
Let's do it. All right, let's get Nick Rochefort in the mix.
We need some magic in here.
Where is he? There he is.
Oh!
Hey, what's going on,
Slow down. Take a seat right there.
Oh, hell yeah, dude.
The locker room.
Come on into the locker room. Make sure it's click-clacking. Is everybody click-clacking?
Yeah, we're clicking. We're a little bit electric, and I think about I think about the Palace times all the time. The last time we were here, it's like we did a dance show.
Oh yeah, it was full of I think it was rollerblade time.
Felt like a different dimension.
Came in, trench coat, the thing, you told me later on what that thing was about. I couldn't even believe it. I think we were getting drinks in Providence. You were like, remember I rolled in with that thing? It's something insane. It was designer. It was like really
special
high
coat.
Oh, the stupid coat, yes.
That thing's unbelievable.
Had to buy it. So I don't get yelled at by Guineas and Mercedes.
Oh.
Those type of, you have like a network of, I don't know, people that deal with the same stuff as you, antiques and all this other shit.
They respect coats?
Coats.
Oh my God, sometimes the clothing.
Cashmere coats.
Cashmere coats is what they respect.
Yeah, they're like this. That's respect. I have I smell like a dog's pussy, and I'm lying about being a millionaire, and I'm actually like I have the life of a pool shark, but I respect cashmere
Pool
coats.
boy life.
It's like a completely different level. I'm getting drinks with him, and you're like, you should get something for Justine. You should go out there and remember that time.
Oh yeah, when I bought the Laura Piana from the guy.
Yes.
Yes.
That's what it is. That's the
Laura
name.
Piana, yeah. So Laura Piana is like the elite Italian wool maker that makes cashmere. And is that me?
It's
Don't worry about it.
no.
It's ghosts.
It's me.
It's not
ghosts.
you, man.
Oh no, it is me. No, those are my phones. This
It's
is
literally ghosts.
all right. No, it's okay. No. So a buddy of mine that I buy antiques from, he's like, hey, do you want any women's clothes? And I was like, yeah, I want women's clothes.
Do you think they're gonna fit you though?
Yeah. I was like, well, I'd always wanted to be a woman. I'm tired of this shit. No, anyway.
No. But I mean,
He bought a lady. That lady ended up being like a, her name was something Rose, and I ended up seeing her car in Situate. I ended up chasing this bitch all around the state, and I'm gonna get this perfect for you. There we go. It was me. Chasing this whore all across the state, and I was gonna buy her car. This is so much fun.
isn't it awesome?
Don't fuck with you guys.
I can't even believe it.
It's me. I did the old water sound trick. I did the old studio water. Before I go on any podcast, I always water all the audio.
You get a little can.
No, you gotta give it a soak.
We'll get you suited up in a sec.
Oh, hot.
All right, nice. We got a hot mic.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure they got one better coming in for you.
It's a megaphone.
What's the password on your phone? You're gonna use your phone.
That's my phone. It's just pictures of my wife.
I'm just formatting it immediately.
Yeah, downloading automatically always, or uploading all the pictures of my wife immediately to the internet.
So we're getting plastered in Providence like we sometimes do, and he tells me that he says, "Oh, you should get some from Justine because I just picked up a lot of stuff for you picked up for your wife," and immediately the price range is way out of mine.
It was like a pair of sweatpants is like $2,000.
Well, that's what I.
Oh, okay.
I hear that. I'm like, what the?
And I'm like, this stuff's retarded. I go, do you have any Laura Piana? And he goes, I have a ton of it, like true Laura Piana. I open a crate, it's filled with Laura Piana size extra large, my wife's size. It's a women's double XL, so I knew I could buy my big fat wife a lot of nice fancy clothes.
Guys, like this is the stuff that just won't go.
You can't get rid.
I can't sell it. It's not. Well,
Who's gonna buy it?
Show me these shorts, though.
Show me these lard asses looking for $2,000 sweatpants that don't have Cookie Monsters on them. And I was like, good point. But he sold me like a bunch of stuff, like just a bunch of Prada coats, and I think I ended up paying like $50 or $100 a unit or something for like sweaters and shit.
I know it was the best deal ever.
Is he the one that recommended the roller skate pair with it?
He said, now this pair you wear roller skates with, and you'll be straight.
This is the one you roll into a podcast with on rollerblades.
There's a wine guy there, pairing your jackets.
He's pairing me. He's like, here's some Sauvignon Blanc. Throws it right in my face. Kicks me in the balls. He kicks me in the balls like Gold Dust's finishing move.
Getting kicked in the balls with a trench coat on.
Just get kicked right in the balls. Do you remember Gold Dust's finishing move was a kick in the balls?
Now, he had a little bit of a queer thing going with his image, didn't he?
I thought he just wanted to paint his face gold.
I was going to say, yeah, I thought glitter was his thing.
Yeah, glitter.
That was Dustin Rhodes. And he actually did a very sensual neck breaker, was his finisher.
Oh.
Wow.
Was it sensual?
It was really sensual. He would look at the person, rub his body, breathe in real deep, and then grab him by the head and twist him around, like, you know what I mean?
Perfect.
He'd turn him around and he'd bend him over.
He'd kiss his asshole.
He grabs him by the back of the neck and he bends him over all the way down. He
fucks him.
Come on, Gold Dust, finish him.
Yeah, finish him. I'm close. The ref's like, 1, 2. His back's
1, 2, 3.
His back's not even down. It's his chest that's down.
Just chests him out.
Yeah.
McMahon comes out, he blows his quads out. That's how they keep going.
McMahon quad blow out.
The way he's moving.
Or after it's done, he's there just like this. He's looking at the ground.
At that point.
Don't touch me.
Yeah. Did you guys? Who's the guy that had a heart attack in the ring? And it was like a long, drawn-out thing, and they kind of kept the storyline going.
Had a long heart attack.
Yeah. I mean, it was brutal. I just watched it recently. Rob, anybody?
They had a stroke. Was it
Ricky?
Rick Rude?
I don't know. This guy had a full-blown heart
It's been
attack.
Rick's car wash.
He wins the match, and he's kind of going nuts, and then he just goes.
He started looking like Benoit after he takes it.
He starts
to his
looking
noggin.
around, and then it's like 30 seconds, and then he finally collapses on the ground, and he's like this. And nobody does anything for a minute and a half.
He did a flying headbutt. His head hit the concrete.
No, one guy coasts in and taps, like gets him to tap out just to end it, and then after a while there's like stretchers and stuff. He ends up dying.
Really?
Yeah, you guys gotta. I don't know who the hell that was, but I was
Arn
watching.
Anderson, probably.
It's like a minute and a half of watching a guy die right in front of us. It was brutal.
The wrestling stuff, I've been saying it for a couple of weeks now. The wrestling stuff is the most interesting thing going. I wasn't like a huge wrestling up. I mean, I don't know how big you guys
I
are.
wasn't a big fan, but now I respect it more than anything.
You have to respect these guys. Now you know what they went through.
Yeah.
You've been almost like documentary style. You
They were
picked up
like
on a lot of his rap.
priests of it.
Yeah, so the ambulance picks him up, and then we end up going out for a few drinks. They
It
just
was,
breeze over the fact.
It was Latino Heat, Eddie Guerrero.
Eddie Guerrero.
Whoa. Eddie Guerrero was he's a Hall of Famer.
I mean, it's definitely a real deal. And they were saying, like, I was just reading comments, and I'm like, what the hell? I said, did he die? I go through the comments, and they're like, fans would have understood if you went out there quicker and saved this guy's life, but they didn't. Oh. They just let it happen.
He collapsed on the ring floor while everyone watched.
For a long time.
That sounds kind of...
You like watch a guy's eyes, and he's just like,
They're doing this to me right now.
Help me, goddammit!
And then one guy was like, "I'm gonna do it," and he puts his legs up, and it's like
He gives him the razor's edge.
someone tap this guy out.
He runs him over with a truck. He doesn't get it. He puts him on the stretcher. The giant throws him into the pole.
And then after that, you're right. They're like this. So I mean, so we're like, so whatever. Everyone must have been like really like down and out and stuff. They're like, well, we went to the friendly tap after that.
I had a few beers. He took a bump, and then it was me, Kurt Hennig, and Triple H, and
It's a weird night. Yeah, no, it was weird.
It's like that for 25 years.
Vader didn't dry out his gear on the hotel lamps, and it stunk, so it was tough to wrestle with him. Vader did. You guys stunk, man. He was tough to work with. Him and Mick Foley.
Those guys went through hell.
Yeah, Mick Foley not wearing underwear and shit.
Imagine
But
thinking,
why not?
Imagine thinking a heart attack in the ring is kayfabe. It's actually part of the show.
Yeah.
And they just let it happen.
They don't know.
They're like this. McMahon was on the mic in someone's ear. They're like this. Don't move.
Don't you touch anything.
Eddie, let Eddie go.
Eddie's been a problem.
Let him go.
They get a hologram. Macho Man comes out.
I never felt this much electricity.
That's how they deal with mouthy. Eddie Guerrero probably got mouthy with a
McMahon, yeah, it was his day to die.
Yeah. And I mean, right before it, I'm sure McMahon, he rolled out there. He's like, "No," he's like, "Have a little Coke." He knew it was bad.
Yeah, you need some roids. Have some Coke.
Nah, it's good. It's good. This will get you through it. Then this is the top notch stuff.
This is green.
It's obviously fucking fentanyl. It's like it's blue fent.
It's got crushed plastic in it from the caps.
Rail it. He's like this. I cut you a line. Rail it.
Rail it.
Come on.
If you want to stick around, rail it.
Now, do it.
That's
I cut you a fat gagger. Do it.
Now this will stop you dead in your tracks.
I thought you were boys. Do coke with me.
He's telling me he's going to kill him.
He puts a song on. He's like, I wanted you to hear this song. Let's have like a total coke sesh right now. Yo, I cut you a fat caterpillar. Do that thing, dongle. He's trying to be boys with him. He's trying to kill him.
Do it. Do it.
Fuck, man.
Yeah. No, but those guys went.
I respect it more than anything now.
2 days a night, 2 matches a day.
2 matches a day?
Yeah, they go to Scranton, Pennsylvania. He's like, yeah, we were in Scranton. And they wanted me to fucking choke slam Razor Ramon, but he didn't want to fold. Undertaker didn't want to. Remember, old Undertaker used to fold his hands, and he's like, he wouldn't fold his hands because he thought he was like he thought he was a jabroni. And he's like, I don't want to be a jabroni. That's for losers. But like, everybody, I did Hulk Hogan. Everybody got the.
What? Who else has to get it?
Yeah. Everybody gets
He brings his mother on there, fucking his own the tombstone. Like, what the fuck? Why Razor? I mean, Razor's
his mom,
good.
He wins. But I guess like he didn't want to. But and he's like, then by the time we got to Philadelphia later on that afternoon, someone must have gotten his ear. Vince must have gotten his ear and been like, do it.
Oh yeah.
Which is nuts to think about.
You want to end up like Owen?
or Eddie.
Oh yeah, or Eddie.
Or Chris.
He's got the phone in his hand.
You want the Bowflex to be the way to go?
Halfway to his ear.
Hey, Chico, put the phone down. Razor Ramon's backtracking. Hey, let's talk about this. Hey, Chico.
He's so stressed out he's in character.
He can't break out.
Hey, Vince, you put the phone down. I'll put my arms across my chest for the Undertaker. Throwing his toothpick at him.
But those guys,
That's awesome.
You've read in whatever documentary, movies, stupid shit, but what they went through, you know more of the schedule than me. What is the real schedule? Because
It was like
they never slept.
280 days a year or something for 10 years. Like, the Undertaker's like, he's a millionaire and shit, but he was the fucking Undertaker.
Mm-hmm.
Like, the Undertaker is bigger than Derek Jeter.
Right.
The Undertaker, like, how big is the Undertaker? That's a fun thing to think about. How much big? The Undertaker is bigger than like Big Lots.
Okay.
The Undertaker is bigger than what's the one-armed
JD Power and
Bobcat?
Associates.
Oh yeah, JCB.
JCB.
Yeah.
JCB Bobcat division is smaller than the Undertaker as a whole.
And they plow New England.
Yeah. like he's an entity.
He sounds like he's been undercapitalizing on himself.
I think so. He never left though. He never left. He never did any of the end. He never did Bischoff's.
When the hell did Undertaker finally like reveal himself? Because he was like completely different, and then all of a sudden you saw like the ugliest fucking guy.
They're like, ah, shit, put that mask back on.
Like, that was
Did he do a different character?
Well, you couldn't see him really at the beginning. Like, it was different. And then all of a sudden when I saw him, I was like, that guy's, that's not an, I don't idolize him anymore.
Put the hat back on.
Yeah.
So I guess that's so weird. That's what I was talking about. They were talking about how Vince had some wacky shit for me, where he wanted me to seem more likable with my face. Literally, specifically his face.
He was more likable.
And he's like, and I was like, dude, what are you doing? This is not good. He's like, I'm not doing it anymore. He was throwing hats and shit, and he was like wrestling with no,
He's got a cane?
Yeah. He's right. He's a Harley guy.
He's like, Vince, I have like a forehead like a parking lot. It's like Frankenstein all of a sudden.
He had a rough look to him. He looked like a roofer from Woonsocket, to be honest.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he looked like beat up.
And it could, I mean, hey, if he played his cards, I guess, right or wrong, depending on how you look at it, he could end up like The Rock doing the Tooth Fairy and shit like that.
Yeah, right.
That's true.
That's what they're offering him. He's like, nah, that shit's fucking corny.
Yeah, he's like, you want me to be the next Tooth Fairy?
Isn't that
I'll
creepy?
kill myself.
Oh, yes. That's what it was. Paul Bearer was a prankster.
What do you mean?
Paul Bearer was a practical joker backstage, and he would fuck with people because he was a goofy bastard. There's pictures of him on four-wheelers and shit backstage. Like riding it like non-costume, looking like the goofiest son of a bitch you've ever seen. But he
was the real deal. He was the real mirth guy.
Yeah, he was like like hard. He was one of those like hard, long.
He lived it. It was like a religion.
He hid Mark Henry's crutches, and Mark Henry said he was going to kill everybody in the studio, and they sent him to Canada.
They sent him to Canada.
Like, how crazy is that? That'd be like, us getting in a fight, and you're like, I'm gonna fucking kill you, Roach, for real. I know where you live.
Canada.
Yeah, like, just get him out of here. Get him to Canada.
Get him over the border.
Yeah, it's like two Vince McMahon come. Where is he?
Two Vince McMahons come over.
Get him out!
That's dumb.
You'll never work again.
Vince McMahon is so funny. I mean, do you think Vince McMahon wrote a lot of the crap or no?
I think he must have. That's whoever that Salvador Dali character that they're trying to put in his fucking his biography, his new documentary that's on Netflix right now. I don't know who that guy is, but I remember the psychopath.
Yeah, they always try to make some myth around the writing. Like there's a silent guy you didn't know. The reason why you loved wrestling for 30 years is because of Elton John's gay husband. You know that wrote all the songs.
Gay husband write all his songs.
Yeah, it's always like some guy.
He's singing that song. He's writing Owen Hart Falls from Sky, Dies, Mystery, Blackout, Kill. No, it just says kill Bret Hart's stupid brother.
How far do we drop him? 200 feet. 300
Higher!
What the hell was I going to say about Vince McMahon with that? Oh, I just like, as far as like, maybe he's writing the crap, but there's always like he's got like a Corvette. It's not like it's a Lamborghini or anything, but they give him like a 90s Corvette, and then you got some guy who runs some loader and is going to fill it with like cement.
Yeah.
And the whole time Vince is watching like, don't you do it. It's like backstage and there's a loader there and they're going to empty concrete into his brand new Corvette. I just think it's the writing is so funny.
That era, I don't know what era that is, but that was
primo
control.
Primo shit.
That was like the Steve Austin kind of time.
Attitude era.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's
that's
was the
attitude.
best. Yeah.
Yeah, that's funny stuff. Steve Austin too. I mean, Steve Austin was like a good character.
Yeah, he's great.
He was good in Expendables.
Really?
Yeah.
Was that the one with Adam Sandler?
No, that's.
I liked him in The Longest Yard. He had a bunch of funny lines in The Longest Yard. Do you remember that?
Oh, like
Steve?
Was he a prisoner?
Yeah, he was a prisoner. He played with the guards.
Oh,
he was on
a
the guards
guard.
team. He had a lot of choice lines they gave him.
They gave him a good one. Mm-hmm. Or at least they didn't make him the Tooth Fairy.
He's never been like a pussy character. I don't think.
No.
You can't.
We got some donos to get through, boyos.
Nice, let's do it.
So we have 20 bones from Caesar. Eric, love the CEO channel. Please keep uploading there.
Nice.
Your latest
Thanks, man.
videos on doing a natural stone walkway was posted right as I have been working on making stone walkways. Perfect timing. Much love, guys.
Nice, appreciate
There
that.
it is.
Yeah, they're gonna keep coming.
We have $20 on Lit Candle. Love y'all. Saw y'all briefly in Tampa.
Yo.
Didn't say much because I'm shy, but I wish I could express the gratitude I have towards y'all, and totally, regardless, hope all is well from everyone in the room.
Yo, thanks,
man.
Thanks for coming.
Always
20 bones from Top Drawer. Thank you, Nick, for opening my eyes when it comes to the real estate and all the golden nuggets of wisdom. Greetings from mainland Portugal. My dog is doing just fine, I promise.
Good. You put the screwdriver in his ears when he's Maybe he no listen because he needs a screwdriver in the ears.
Yeah,
But make sure you stick it deep enough so you could grab the other side of the screwdriver. Pick him up by it.
$15 from Obama Ashmore. Dr. Spinal here. I have a question for you, Charles. I'm doing so good, it's insane.
Yeah.
But how do I maintain this? So far, no problems. But Lord, I know they are coming. How do I keep cowboy mode rolling?
Charles, how do you keep it perfect?
How do you keep that going? Hey, thanks for that, pal. Now I remember the Spinal. I remember the motorcycle like I was there, Obama Ashmore. But how the hell do you keep something going? You just don't fuck it up. You don't deviate. If something's working, you keep it going. You don't start taking liberties or extra relaxations.
And then we have a classic $20 from AK-47 Bear.
That's the king.
Palace Forever. Nick, do you ever buy anything that looked cursed in your time antiquing? Like Halloween creepy vibes cursed?
Yeah.
Snake?
There's these boxes. I'm buying snakes.
Open the box.
Fuck you, motherfucker! It's a snake that speaks English. It has human teeth on it.
Snake bite.
He's got like regular teeth. He's like, fuck you.
Chuck, there's a snake in there.
It leaves human bite marks on me. I'm pulling out. It looks like Chucky, but Chucky doll bite marks.
His like
The Chucky
like
bite
when someone
scream.
gets a jump on him.
Yeah, his hair shaking. I'll kill you, you fucking bitch! Like he's
You open the plastic saran wrap.
fucking horrifying. I liked how intense the "I'll kill you, you fucking bitch" was. He says that one time. It sounds like a taxi driver, like fucking raping someone.
Chucky?
Chucky the
Oh,
dog.
I
when he-
know.
That guy.
I'll get you, you fucking bitch! Like
It's exactly like that.
whoa!
His voice was just like a regular man's.
Yeah.
It was fucking
Frightening,
scary.
especially to see as a child.
I know.
That's the best part about it.
They make it look like the most popular doll in everybody's house.
It's giving
That's a
kids
fun
nightmares.
Yep. Ah, God! It was like that, his scream.
Yeah.
He would scream while he was killing
Yeah.
you.
Yeah, that's fucking awful. I remember I had a My Buddy doll, and I remember like cracking it over the cement pillars in my.
He's not going to be in the house after that movie.
No.
Fuck that.
My buddy and me.
Yeah, my buddy.
My buddy.
And me. Fuck you, you fucking child!
He's picking on the fact that you're young.
Yeah, I'll choke you with your little league bat.
Oh, that's pretty young. Fucking kill you, you fucking bitch!
Oh, spit at me! Slam my head in the pole! I listen to everything! Yeah, fuck that.
So anyway, did you buy anything that seemed cursed?
Is it D-Book? D-Book boxes? A D-Book? It's like a box you're not supposed to open. There's like I bought a
Cursed items.
a vampire killing kit that was worth like it was nice. It was like a 1930s vampire killing kit with some sterling silver shit.
That
was
sounds a
kinda
bit nice.
Something to stab a heart with.
It was so weird. I didn't
At least you got to kill a werewolf if you need to.
right, because werewolves. will
You're
come
trying to kill his vampire, it grabs your fucking eye.
Go fucking kill you!
The werewolf! They say a werewolf's so big snout. He's like, I'll kill you, you fucking bitch!
It's at a pool hall at like 9:30 at night. I'm just playing pool with the
It's at
guys.
Betty's.
Yeah.
I'll kill you, fucking bitch. That's the best line maybe ever written.
Yeah. He snaps a pool cue, shoves it right up my ass, shoves it right up my spine. Like, works it.
He's gonna tap in the spinal tap.
He's a-
Chucky was he was a murderer, like a guy, right?
Yeah, like a convict on death row or
Charles
something.
Lee Ray.
And that's all right. Did the guy sound like him? Because he sounded like Chucky. If I didn't, Chucky was twice as scary as the fucking real. I'm sorry, I'm the killer.
Hey, take it easy, Chuck, with the voice. He's like, fuck you! I'll be who I want to be! I'm misunderstood.
Oh, that shit's fun.
We're gonna
have to
through a
watch
filter. Yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna have to have a
do
boys'
Chucky.
movie night. Chucky's under the sheets with us.
Yeah, he's going to be there. Though My Buddy doll's instantly tank. Imagine the CEO of My Buddy doll when the Chucky movie comes out.
Oh my
I
god.
bet you he's Chucky now. He
He's
put
in
himself
hell.
into $50.
Did you ever open the box? You don't open the box.
No, the D-Book, no. I saw them, and I think I remember like buying it and just leaving it at the auction, just like passing it through. And I remember some like hippie girl was like, "Don't open that," and I was like,
She knew.
Got it. It was in like it was a box lot, and she's like, "Don't open that. That's a D-Book or a D-Book or some whatever it was." It was like a
Don't open.
Yeah, I was
That's
like,
it.
whatever.
It sounds like something the frog from Star Fox would have said.
It sounds like a French Winsaka, like bibbit.
Yeah,
That's
it's a
bibbit.
fun word for something that casts spells on your whole life.
Yeah.
Your fucking teeth are falling out. You're like driving home. You're like, what the fuck? All your teeth fall out.
I lost 40 pounds on the ride home.
Everything tastes like smoke to you for the rest of your life.
What did you do with the vampire kick?
I think I sold it to a. I kept it in my glass case for a while, and then I think I tried to sell it to.
It was Sterling.
I had an oddities guy that bought it. There was an oddities guy that would buy anything like odd skulls, human skull cell.
And Nick Cage be buying that shit.
Nick Cage was there.
Yeah.
Nick Coppola.
Nick Coppola was there. He was buying stuff. He's being a fucking moron. He was a alien trying to pretend like we didn't know he was an alien as an actor.
Speaking of aliens, I think Terry wants to join the Mirth.
Ooh, let's
Is
see
that
what's
Alien?
Terry. Oh, Terry's in the mix.
Terry's in here?
Let's see what he has to say.
Oh. Isn't that a rebuild?
Hey, Charles and Eric, this is Terry Greenbeans here, bringing you a very special report. Okay, so we all know Stonehenge in England, right? Well, it turns out some scientists just did some testing on an altar stone. And originally, so they thought this stone was from a mine or quarry or whatever in frickin' Wales, which is right. So London's here, Stonehenge is here, Wales is here. So between London and Wales is Stonehenge, okay? So it kind of makes sense. They thought this rock, and it's 6 tons, okay? So this is a 6 tons, Tonnes, the British tons, altar stone in Stonehenge, okay? They thought it was from Wales. Turns out they did some testing on it, these scientists. Turns out this stone was actually from the northern islands of Scotland, okay? So it's quite a bit farther away. We're gonna dive into why this is important, why this is crazy. Stonehenge was built 5,000 years ago, okay? By people we don't know, praying to a god we don't understand. So it must have been kind of a big deal back then. This was before the pyramids, before anything else big as Stonehenge. So these people, and a lot of people don't understand where things are in Great Britain and London, okay? I'm an American, so a lot of people don't understand this. So I'm gonna help kind of understand and explain where all these things are located, because I played over 1,000 hours of Crusader Kings 3, which takes place in 1066 during the Crusades. The tutorial of that game, you start in Ireland, okay? The Duchy of Munster, which is the southern part of Ireland. So I actually really know all this stuff. It's pretty freaking good. So Ireland's here, Great Britain, London. England is the big one in the middle. Wales is connected to it. Scotland's on top. Then there's all these islands on the top of Scotland. That's where this freaking stone came from, okay? And in Crusader Kings 3, you know, there's Vikings attacking there. Vikings, you have to defend your land, you have to try to take over Britannia. It's actually impossible from Ireland, it's really hard to do. Rewind 4,000 years, okay, before Vikings, before Jesus, before Taco Bell, before the internet, a bunch of people there were dragging a 13,000 pound stone from these freaking islands way up north down to build this stone monolith that people don't really understand to this day. So, long story short, what the experts don't know, what you were taught in school is wrong, history is fake, we deny all history. So this is Terry Greenbeans. I'm going to send it back to Charles and Eric in the studio. This is Terry Greenbeans reporting out. And a final note, play Crusader Kings 3. It's kind of hard to learn at first, but it's actually a really good game. Back to you guys in the studio. I'm out.
Nice.
Whoa, yo, Terry,
Holy
thanks
shit.
for that.
Oh my God,
that was
see,
like one of them shows.
That just sounds
those old
good.
classics.
I wish I was there.
We all know
How
about
can you
history. You
not
guys
be
like
healed
history?
by
Believe
water?
anything anymore?
Well, that was probably they probably was dragging the stones from thousands of miles away.
They actually poured water on it and then gave it a push, and it slid like ice Mario.
It was doing 100 miles an hour.
It had rains on it.
It made
Don't worry, it's all downhill from here.
They're riding it back. You jump on one, I'll jump on the Viking Loki, and the Vikings can jump.
I don't pretend to know what the Stonehenge and all that shit is all about. I really don't pretend, but I like the pyramids and the casing at the top and the way the layers are and what kind of life or sediment or minerals on there. It indicates that the water level was way up to the top of the pyramids, and I like that the most out of everything.
I'm seeing that everywhere now.
I love that.
You know, I don't know. I'd be stupid saying geologists. I don't know which way it is, but one of them's contradicting the other, meaning that it was not fucking wind and sand and bullshit that eroded
bullshit.
it. It's definitely just a flood.
Water level.
The water was that high.
Which is scary, and that's scarier. That's more frightening than what we know. What would they say about space? You know, the vacuum, the water level. That's crazier to me than the fiction of space even.
Just think of how high that has to be.
That's so like what What are you supposed to do?
Water level's up 400 feet.
Yeah.
What are you supposed to do?
You're watching pro geologists your entire life. When you're a kid, you did want to be an archaeologist.
Oh,
Right,
sure.
Every kid
everybody
passed
wanted
through
to.
Yeah, the Sphinx looks good.
You realize they're all retarded for years.
Yeah.
There's just guys arguing for years. Everyone's wrong that said anything. There's guys giving speeches in Egypt. They're like, well,
Decades
the
and
water. I got $50,000 grant
You know what's
to figure out
funny?
this water.
They're like, that's the big tomb your whole life. They were big, grandiose tombs that the pharaohs were vain.
Because we all like mystery, we like treasure.
Yeah,
Right? So
yeah.
that like pulled you in. But you know how every job you think is going to be good is shitty? Yeah, everything is, right? Like
Yeah.
work sucks. Imagine how bad the job of being an archaeologist would be once you get there.
You gotta keep your mouth
bones?
shut, or you're out of a career.
Oh yeah, like you know it's just absolute sweltering heat.
Yeah, you're hot as shit. You're getting your gear robbed.
Hey, where's your little broom? And you're like,
anything-
all day long.
Anything
the
you really
rocks.
see that you point out, you see on those walls, it looks like there's some indents for tubing they could have used maybe for cooling a server room.
Hey, you're not supposed to be in here. Get the fuck.
What?
Hey, get out of here!
You want to lose your job? That's nothing. Paint hieroglyphics on it. Doing stupid little pictures.
They're doing graffiti hieroglyphics.
Big light bulbs.
Hey,
Weird stuff.
Hey, this thing looks like it's
Graffiti.
looks like it's 100,000 years old. It's 1900 years old. What are you talking?
Yes, the mummy's curse! Ah!
Oh, he runs out.
Everyone in your family died of cancer that year.
The mummy runs out. He's got a cell phone on him. It's ringing as he's calling you.
Yeah.
Hey, there's a pool of red mercury underneath. No, there's nothing like that over there.
Oh, that's chrome. That's Mountain Dew chrome.
Do you have a license to do those excavations?
That's Mountain Dew Red Alert.
Yeah, you're way off. You're fucking way off.
It's unreal.
Yeah, it is crazy. Yeah. I don't know. Stonehenge and all that crap on.
Yeah, Georgia Guidestones.
Yeah.
But the other one, the Tepe, Go Blecky, whatever, I don't remember what it's called. Bo Becky, Bojangles,
I think
Go
it-
Blecky, Tepe,
Bo
something like
Bitch
that.
Bag.
Yeah.
Bitch bag, rat bag. But that one, I was reading, I don't know if this is AI generated, I don't know if it's just demoralization, I don't know. But I reading stuff that they did a little bit of reconstruction, and that, the oldest site that they tell us about at least, whatever the hell it's called, I don't remember.
The Peruvian one?
Something like that.
Yeah, the one in Central America?
Yeah, and they started planting trees inside of it to destroy it in the future with the roots and all
let's
that.
get some root
They're
systems
just
in there.
shoving it?
Yeah,
That'll
they're just,
help it.
They're planting trees in like ancient ruins.
Yeah, that's
That's what an archaeologist would do.
that's before Smithsonian started the policy.
Give ISIS the hammers, they'll break all those things for us. We don't have to hide them
The
anymore.
caps were covered in gold. The pyramid caps were covered in gold.
Yeah.
And they stole it in 1920. They got
them.
They got it. They stole
melted it down with the giant bones that they collected.
They used dinosaurs to chew the gold off.
You wouldn't believe the bitch to bring down a 7,000-pound chunk of gold down.
I'm gonna kill you, you fucking bitch!
The only one with the strength would be Chucky to get it down.
Yeah. You know how long it took me to train a dinosaur to eat gold caps off a pyramid and then fucking get him to shit it out in this one place where I could blow his head off and then mine through his shit once it was on the ground? Took me fucking forever. Anyway, Fred Egyptian, what's going on?
A stupid fucking broom saran wrap over the face and back.
You saran wrapping over the face of dinosaur?
It's trying to grill.
You're mafia killing a dinosaur. You get him in a car with you. It's like a pterodactyl sitting front seat, the little ones. You're like this. Hey, what's going on, Frank? We're like, we're going to Tony's. Right behind him, he's at.
Big brontosaurus neck.
Yeah. You put the saran wrap. They're trying to spray with the goo.
It's really intelligent. It's fucking flanking you when you're not looking at it. It's smart.
Clever girl. Clever girl.
Yeah.
It realizes it's not going to become a made man.
Oh no!
It walks in, he's like, oh no! He screams like a lady.
They're pushing certain dinosaurs out. They're not good enough. No.
They're foolish.
No,
They need to go.
There's no trust.
There's no honor in
I
these
can't
reptiles.
trust them.
What the hell are you gonna use the power of the cars and buses on if you don't have the dinosaurs? So thank God.
Dino
Thank
bomb, yeah. Thank God for dino gas.
Yeah, thank God for them. They died so that we could drive forever.
Yep, that's why I collect the dino gas. It's exclusive. My Petroleana collection is.
What's the?
You didn't hear it ran out a few years ago? What the fuck?
Oh, you didn't catch that?
No, you remember when it's supposed to be? It's 130 degrees right now, and the water levels and the icebergs and all that.
Big waves.
And the hurricanes every other week, and the gas ran out.
Oh shit.
Oh,
Shit, you forgot. Sorry.
the whales, though, Charles.
Where the whales, they
whale
stopped
oil.
singing.
Whale oil.
Yeah, we can't make candles anymore. We got to use we can't use ambergris anymore.
Ambergris. You
Please.
find it's 30,000.
Yeah, it's crazy stuff.
Yeah.
Wow.
Wow.
What was I going to say about
must make
dinosaur?
NFL
Oh,
football,
BMX. What the hell's the dyno?
Was Dino?
Yeah,
Dino was
Wasn't
kind
a
of
Harrow? Is it Dino?
Harrow was bad. See, I always remember, like, when we were kids, Dino, there was a hierarchy. Dino was kind of a shitty bike. They
Well,
didn't
that's what I
really
mean.
make
I think it's like the worst BMX growing up. Wasn't Dyno a brand?
Dino was the entry level. Yeah, it was.
Okay,
yeah, Dino.
okay. I just,
Okay.
I was like,
DYNO.
kicked it.
DVNO was the Justice song, and then DINO, Sinclair. No, Sinclair Petroliana had the dinosaur as the mascot.
That sounds shitty.
What?
Yes.
Petroleum bikes?
Yeah, no, but yeah, petroleum. That's when Sinclair probably made the rhetoric of the dinosaur bones are gasoline.
Oh, okay. Wow. That's
Yeah.
probably, they memed it in, probably. That wouldn't surprise me.
Hi, everybody. he's fucking Sinclair's wife.
What was the name of the bike that you had that had like perforated holes through the frame?
An ace hole shot.
Remember that?
Yeah.
That was nice?
No.
I don't know.
It was I got taken. I was a early serial number collector. Don't worry, my cousin Denny's still collecting fucking GT Pro Series frames
know.
at 40 years old.
I'm seeing
Does he
seeing
still
those pop
bounce?
up.
They're cool. Yeah, they're $4,000.
What's the best one from our Harrow Masters?
Harrow Monocoque.
Yeah.
That was,
The
so there was
yellow
one over the
The
Master.
1994 Harrow Monocoque with the spin wheels is probably the holy grail. GT Pro Series aluminum frame with the. Denny's got serial number 2.
Oh.
It was only
hell.
it was only $4,500. It's a good deal. It's very masculine.
Yeah, listen, if you want to get laid,
if you want girls' pussies to turn to literal Egyptian sand, the second you realize that I have a fucking $4,500 bicycle in my living room, just buy this. Why are you dumping a beer on my head? Where are you going? Wait, come back. I thought this was going pretty well. It's only been 10 minutes.
I
I can do jumps.
I like a man that can do a skateboard or a bike. Like you did the bike, right? You have
Yeah,
some
I like
experience.
BMX.
Like
Yeah.
like doing the tricks and stuff. Like it's like awesome. Or like Alex can do skateboarding.
I
Like
can't
that's so
believe-
awesome.
When I see fucking Alex doing that stuff, it's unbelievable.
it's
I know, when
crazy.
we're like older guys, they're like, oh, but skateboarding guys can do it. When guys our age jump on BMX bikes, you might as well, like, it's humiliating. You look like
You'd have to
you look like
practice?
you're stealing a child's bike, and your back is about to snap. I did it one time. I remember like oh, cool bike. I remember jumping on like a kid's bike at a party when I was like 30, and my back blew out immediately.
No.
And I was like, ah!
Holy shit.
Like kind of thinking, like I remember being like, Jesus Christ! Like I elongated. Just BMX is not. I don't know. I haven't ridden a
That's
BMX
sick.
bike. You look like a fucking idiot now. But I feel like a 60-year-old guy can do a kickflip or like a tray flip or something.
You ever think
So
about taking the
skateboarding's
frame,
different.
Yeah,
just
they
making
got
it a bit bigger,
I know.
making your own
They do.
frame?
They make 24s, cruiser frames.
But they're still not good on the back.
I think you'd think you look like a cholo. You'd be looking wild.
So you'd have to have like the shorts,
Which is a good
and
thing.
socks.
Yeah, yeah. You're like, hey, what's up, Holmes? That'd be cool. I'd take that though. That'd be cool. I mean, I haven't done that.
skateboard.
I wanted to do a 24, but then I was like, this is crazy. But people are buying BMX bikes, collecting them for lots of money.
They're selling them to Benny's.
You see them on Facebook Marketplace, yeah.
Oh yeah, and they're expensive too. But there's always like a gold rim BMX, like white tire, gold rim. It looks like it's straight out of Rad.
Oh yeah,
Wow.
the Skyway.
Sky,
Skyway mags or something
Skyway,
like that.
yeah, something like that. It just whatever. They always say it's like purely original, of course.
Yeah.
But it's like the same thing you're saying, $4,500.
$1,200 for parts. You're dealing with grown men. Hi, grown man.
How much
How's
does
your
skateboard
mortgage?
cost though?
Skateboards, yeah,
not
I think
much.
they're cheap. Yeah, I don't know if there's there probably is.
I'd have
this
to
is
watch
the shit
Gleam
we
in the
do.
Cube
I
to
guess-
get the rundown on it.
Yeah, you do. You watch it. It's Christian Slater.
That's Stephen Bauer. Everyone's in that.
Who else?
I think was Mr. Miyagi in that one too? Maybe I don't remember.
Was David Spade in that skateboarding? No, that was Police Academy.
Oh,
David Spade was one of the skateboarders in Police Academy. Yeah.
oh,
Almost better off taking these off.
oh! Is it electrifying? Oh yeah, I hear you.
You have a repeat?
Oh, we got a call coming in,
Oh,
guys.
a call.
Ooh, a call.
Oh, you're hearing
We
an
have a
echo
call
too.
coming in.
Wow. What's this?
Hey Nick, how you doing, buddy? Glad to see you on the Palace. Listen, I got a question for you. In Spokane 3, the best of the best of the best. Right before Spider, right before the deed, right, of Smokane, you said something like, "Looks like this guy's going through a rough time. I just got entropy. Gonna go for a walk." You said something like that, right?
Okay.
What's the origin behind that? What's the discovery? I mean, where did you pick that up at? Because that is something right there.
I remember being so high.
Appreciate it. Thank you for the hard work, and God bless. Have a good time on the Palace.
Wow, you guys are technologically superior.
thanks.
Holy shit, this is a very. If I tried to do that, my fucking, I'd have to water my servers.
Well, it wouldn't sound like that if you tried to do it, though.
No, never. Yeah,
It wouldn't
like,
be crackle electric.
That's like brutal.
Man, I just remember how I remember being real stoned. That was in our smoke a ton of weed era.
There was.
Like that, I remember smoking like blunt after blunt with Chuck on that shoot.
For smoking?
Yeah, those
smoking,
were
I don't even like
twisted times.
take a walk. I mean, I think we were just so ingrailed in like we had like a homogeny in talking for a while. So
in California, it was different back then, and we were first time there, so there was a lot of different energy.
yeah, it was
Probably never felt so much electricity.
Yeah, like macho.
Remember that day? There was a quinceañera going on outside.
There was
in
something.
The worst part of town.
Yep.
We rented this factory. The guy who played the villain,
boss guy, yeah.
owned the factory, and he would just sell things back to Mexico. He was like a commercial shipping container packer, and he would buy like grills or patio furniture or fucking shoes.
He was chilling good.
Yeah, he was good. He was rich. Like it
was
car
working?
doors. Yeah, it was working.
Yeah.
What the hell?
Like rice. Remember we were on the rice bags?
Yep.
He was buying like peppers or something and like sending them to
It was a rather huge warehouse.
Yeah, it was big. It was probably fucking 15,000.
Big
square feet.
operation.
Yeah, in the middle of a neighborhood. But I wish I had a better solid answer on the one line. I mean, I probably have to attribute it completely to smoking an absolute shitload of weed. I mean, God, it was.
Those were the
heavy.
days,
Yeah,
huh?
heavy.
That was a channeling operation.
6 joint days and shit. Like for real. Like not saying it to flex. Like smoking joints like cigarettes, throwing them out.
That's what California will do to you.
Yeah,
What's the time frame on Smokane 1, I'm assuming?
2013. Oh, 1?
Is that what he's referring to? Or?
No, 3. This is the one where Chuck and I have the Scout and the Derek
Pete.
King.
Oh, so this is like the.
That was probably 2013. You're probably right.
2013, yeah.
Okay.
Because we just moved to LA.
Yeah.
I think, yeah. It was fun.
Charles and I were just talking about LA. What's your take on? You've told me this before, that basically the people in LA have different personalities than anywhere in the world.
Yeah.
Like
They're
LA
creatures.
is its own thing.
Yeah, I think it's just people that are obsessed with healing. I think my new take is starting to like morph on it. It's like you meet all these dudes that are seemingly nice guys
Yeah.
and girls and stuff like that are like into healing, and they're here for a reason. And then they stay there and stay healing for 15 years.
15 years of healing
It's a
does
lot
it
of
right.
healing. You should be perfect by then.
Yeah, well, you should be all healed up. Something
flying
pretty
around.
deep cut.
That's what, I was gonna say. That's a lot of suffering.
Yeah,
So there's
some-
diminishing returns when it comes to that quest.
Yeah, I guess being a rich homecoming king from Colorado is difficult when your dad's Amex runs out at $50,000 a month or something.
It takes healing.
It takes healing. When your dad's Amex card that he gave you when you.
It never runs out though.
It doesn't.
No, he just keeps on paying off my bill.
Yeah, he's. He's always cool about it.
Yeah, he's cool.
He's easygoing.
He's like, I've
"Yeah,
been
right."
there, man.
Healing.
Honestly, I get it.
Healing.
Catch any waves? You healing up good?
Do you smoke 6 joints a day?
you smoking 6 G's? You going to Burning Man for the 30th time?
Is it like the majority of people out there, are they legit rich, just
I think that's-
generationally?
I think that's really what I couldn't put my hand. I was like, how am I? I'm here because my wife's still fucking me.
Yeah.
And she's got a good job.
Yeah, she's got a good job, and I'm having fun.
And you're with me, and you don't have a wife. You're living alone. I mean, you remember how many cast of characters I'd have the casting couch.
It's crazy. The couch there was crazy.
Yeah, fucking Kobe Bryant's ad agency was right around the corner. Everybody works there. They don't do anything. They get huge jobs because Kobe Bryant's a Kobe Bryant. He's got 25 people in an office that are having fake jobs.
That's what I mean.
They're playing pretend. They're buying bicycles.
But why?
BMX.
I think there's just so much money in advertising back in the day. Like those advertising contracts were pretty big enough to have so much fat where you could lose it. And then those guys, what are you guys doing today? Oh, we're gonna go to Nick's and smoke joints and get $13 coffee.
Go to Nick's, and then we'll probably circle back.
I ended up sending out that email at like 1. I'm gonna get out of here.
Honestly, I did my part.
See what he says.
But people that stay, they lose their minds.
Yeah. I think that, it's all like proximity to celebrity and celebrity projects is mystifying enough. And then like thinking that you hung out with insert a superstar. I don't think anybody that we would hang out with him, and this doesn't sound cool or anything, but like I feel like people are really excited about like hanging out with like it's just a myriad of stars that you just don't know.
Yeah, right.
So it's me, I'm Eric, Charles Carroll, and Jeff Goldblum in one room. I'd say that's pretty cool.
Right.
Like fucking blow your head off. Dude.
In the last 5 years you've been in LA, that's the story.
Yeah, cool.
You know what's really cool?
What?
We got a $15 donation from Akshit Surjeet. Thanks for the $15. He says, love to see Nick on Sirs. Very thank you for comedy. Hope you all close again, sirs. Please host Sir Nick Roachfarts more on Brahmin Palace.
That's pretty funny. I thought I told you to filter those out, Rob.
Nah, I kind of like them. I told him to keep them on.
We do a $15 chat read, so what do you mean?
That's fine. I'm saying don't interrupt. If we're talking to Nick, don't interrupt.
What do you mean?
This is my job. No, I said that to you before. I said if we're talking in a conversation, don't interrupt it.
Hey, why don't you lay off Rob for a little bit? He just got here.
Look, you want to throw hands, bro?
Let's go.
All right, we're going to throw some hands.
So unilock.
That's the plan. Tough now.
It gets big.
Got my beer balls.
$4 minus.
Wow.
You believe what you're seeing right now?
No. Wow.
There you go, Rob.
That's what you get. That's what you get. That's what beer balls get you.
Told you.
I still can't believe that.
It was a good thing I was wearing my hard hat, otherwise I'd be dead.
I know.
I think you tried to break through it.
I still can't believe that.
Yeah.
That blows my mind every time I see something like that.
I love that
It's
crap.
like being in a dream.
Like Chuck's flexibility will blow your mind.
I know.
Pretty good at some of those stunts. I'm
Yeah.
good at those stunts.
It's because what you were working on in LA. People don't know that.
I've done a lot of body work there in front of the mirror, dancing around the room.
Chuck splits always send me into the Otterverse.
The splits. Remember, Charles? Remember the spins?
I was very good at spinning.
Spinning?
Yeah.
I was very good at spinning.
Spinning was like impressing the hell out of me. He could spin like twice, and it looked like a fucking
ice skater.
Like Michael
ice
Jackson.
skater, like an Olympic spin, like perfectly.
I say this all the time. Chuck, they're like Chuck was learning how to jump really far from standing completely still, and people thought I was joking when I would say
know,
that.
it's not a joke.
They're like, "Where's Chuck?" I'm like, "You're not gonna believe me. Chuck is out by the pool of his place, of his apartment, and what he's doing right now is he's trying to go from completely stiff to 5 feet away from him as fast as possible."
He's doing plank jumps.
And you think it's a joke. You think it's like, oh, I'm like, I'm not joking about the reality of that. And it's really fucking funny.
It's funny and it's impressive. And when you're telling me about the jumps, I'm like, you got to see his spins.
Like it's like telling me like, yeah, I'm gonna take out the trash as fast as possible. You're wrapping it up, you're whipping it out the window or something. Like you're doing like a minute task.
You got like 4 guys watching it. It's like, oh, that is a lot faster than I could do.
Holy shit!
I'm glad that somebody remembers that because I almost forgot about it.
You were just trying to jump, like you were trying to move your body like here to here as fast as possible.
Yeah,
and you were doing it like it was happening.
Yeah, I don't know what to call. I mean, I guess it's just regular dance stuff. I guess I don't know what to call, but I was working on talking and just with my diaphragm, like bracing myself so I could talk while I was like hopping and jumping.
Yeah.
You know, I was doing a lot of that, like just not skipping any beats, just keeping it smooth, doing that. And I was doing a lot of spinning on the ball of my foot and my heel, like figuring out a lot of those spins. And I was figuring out.
But the balance was there.
Yeah, the balance was there, but it wasn't like there was no muscular. It wasn't like muscular stuff. I know what you're saying though. I was heaving myself with my body weight. So I wasn't doing jumps. I was just learning how to throw myself around
far
like
away
that
from where you were.
without using any muscles at all. Just like whipping my body weight around and pivoting on all the I don't know what to call it.
And it was like it was hilarious.
I did some good work that I haven't utilized in many
Watching
years.
the practice of it is you don't see people practice that.
No, it was like passing out like this. I can fall asleep fast and Like you're totally out.
He's out.
Yeah, see that fuckface? Nice try. You never fall asleep faster than me. Like and it's really, I don't know. It was funny.
Yeah, it was.
You were doing it.
It was good, and I'm kind of back into it a little bit.
You did it in your breakup. Like you were like heaving yourself through the bushes and shit.
Yeah. I used some of my body came through on the.
Oh yes,
breakup guys.
absolutely.
Yep.
It was funny. Yeah. It was
See,
good.
it pays off.
That wig was so funny that you had on
It
for
was
the breakup.
unbelievable.
Oh my god, that was the funniest highest I've ever laughed.
Like, really curly.
And the condom went so perfectly. You can't recreate that.
No, I know. We're so lucky.
It's unbelievable.
I remember that's one of the hardest I've ever laughed in my life. I remember like I'm shitting my pants. Like, I was like up like way like looking at it and I'm on it. I was like,
He turned into a dinosaur.
yeah.
Cow. I remember that's a video. That's like you, Sam, before Charles and I even like started doing, or mostly Charles started doing stuff with you. I remember you were like a dinosaur in some. This is like going back.
Shirt on.
Yes, and you were
I had
like,
a raptor
yeah,
shirt
you were
on.
like, yeah, like smoking joints with like a short hands. You're like, that's cow.
Fucking the worst ideas when you start doing YouTube videos.
It's like 09 or 08 or some shit.
It's like 08. It's like when you first lost your mind. You're like, you're gonna lose your mind. Yeah.
When you first
You were
realize
doing
that
the
you're a
job.
maniac and you're going to do it for the rest of your life professionally.
Yeah. You turn into a real. It's okay to have a bunch of ideas. I remember the amount was 300 sketch ideas. You know what I mean? So you just start doing them. You have friends coming over. We have ideas that we had to scrap because our friend. I remember I had a couple of buddies of mine from high school coming. They're like, "Oh, I want to do it." They're fucking terrible.
Yeah.
Yep.
No,
I was
that's
like,
tough.
oh man. I was like, we're making them up. I'm learning how to do makeup. I always thought prosthetics was the shit.
Yep.
I'm learning how to make like moles and shit with toilet paper and spirit gum and those bullshit, liquid latex and all that stuff.
Thought it was the play.
I thought you could do anything. I was like, you can make anything. That's where it begins and ends. Is makeup.
Let's go to Spirit Halloween shop.
Spirit Halloween spooky. Ooh, the mummy comes out. He's got stuff.
Step on the Chucky thing. It's like, I'm gonna fucking kill you, bitch.
Get your fucking foot off me, cocksucker! He's holding up your credit card. He's holding up your social security, your credit card, your kids' 529 account numbers.
Oh man.
Speaking of credit cards, we got 20 bones from Anonymous donation.
Hey.
Oh.
Keep up the mirth, bros. Any advice for a young man in the UK? Should I try and move to America?
Yes.
Sounds good. Hey, thanks. That sounds better than having to deal with getting caught with a frying pan without a license.
I know. It's right. It's true. It's true. I mean, look at it. It's rough. What the hell? You go to jail for everything.
It seems.
Yeah.
Well, there's a lot of
better.
Yeah, there's a little bit of anarcho tyranny going on over there. I think they've got a little bit of the people are in a little bit of a sandwich, but now they know it's actually their own government. Now they figured it out, but
be careful what you say in the UK.
When the Shadow Man ran behind them during the Queen's death. You ever see that?
There was a Shadow Man?
There was a Shadow Man running behind the doors of the Queen's death during the funeral. They're like this, whatever the fuck they're saying. Behind it's like,
oh, what the hell?
That's a fun conspiracy. There was a Shadow Man.
Shadow Man.
Chucky.
It was Chucky, like, it was just, the Queen Elizabeth was his legit girlfriend that he didn't fuck with.
He was there to pay his respects.
Hey, Liz. He's calling her Liz.
That's what he says.
Hey, what's up, Liz?
I love this Chucky thing, man. It's too funny.
I tracked down the...
Come on!
What's the kid's name in Child's Play?
Oh, shit.
Fuck.
It's got to be something generic, like Johnny, but...
Anyway, he's like, I got him. He's at a military school in Virginia.
Yeah.
I found him. I'm going to fly out there in a couple of days. Liz, how was your day? Did you have fun drinking a martini? That's the lore we know about her.
Andy.
Andy,
that's it.
Just like in Toy Story.
Yeah, that's right. Oh, they play that game twice. They're just using their name.
Why? Well, they should have used BJ. Something cool.
Yeah, pussy liquor.
Smoothie.
I found Andy. He's at a carnival. I'm going to chase him through the carnival. There's a toy factory with lightning in it after I say Ade Dewey Dembala. Anyway, Blizz.
Put on Airbud.
Put on Airbud. I'm horny. Let's fuck from the side. I miss you. Let's do dragon style fucking. Come on, we've been together forever.
Face to face with a dog talking to it. You ready?
He's pulling Queen Elizabeth's hair. He's fucking her. She's coming.
I can't.
This is Shadow Man's watching.
Don't do that.
Slow down, you're hurting her. Stop that. Come on, hurting her. Her back. She's old.
Anything
insane.
cool going on with stand-up? What's your take on it all? I don't know if everybody's heard how much you love it.
Oh, it's so much fun now. Shows are fun. Shows are going good.
It's so fun.
Yeah, we're doing Maine next week, and that'll be fun.
Yeah, nice.
Maine, and then
Portland, right?
Portland, Maine. Yeah.
Yep.
Portland's a sack.
Portland's the best.
It is the best.
Can't wait.
Then Connecticut.
And then Connecticut. Yeah, we're gonna do a vineyard in Connecticut. That should be fun.
Nice.
The wine tasting.
And we're gonna drink wine. We're gonna just suck down red wine, 2 bottles at a time.
I'm gonna be in the barrel crushing the grapes.
You're gonna break your leg. Go, 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 go.
Can't breathe.
Go, 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 go.
Hey, are you okay? Let's watch live Jasmine.
Hey, are you all right? This wine's good. I don't even know what good wine is. I'm eating off your feet. I'm sucking your feet.
Having a stroke on the ring.
Speaking of strokes, we have a $30 donation from Kipperbang. Is it true that Nick invented the word coom? The mom skit was legendary and made me coom.
That was a good one.
What a
That was a
classic.
good one. No, I don't know. Was that on the spot?
And
Might
I'm
have been on the
guessing
spot.
everything's
That was
usually on the
full
spot
of,
during those days.
I know.
I mean, we went to the school of... Yeah, nut. I don't know. I think
We went
it
to
was
the school of nut.
It was a school. We went to nut school.
Right.
And
Things are nuts.
And that's where everybody pretends like they don't know a pedophile. And then you say, you know a teacher that fucked a student, right?
Maybe.
Now you know one. Now you can answer the question properly. You know a student that fucked a teacher. I know 4. Do you know one? You guys know one?
I know a bunch that I swore.
You don't wanna say
I
it,
swore
liable.
did.
What?
I swore wanted to and probably did.
You got the feeling in
Oh,
school
yeah,
back in those.
for sure.
They were mostly women teachers.
Yeah.
But the guys were like, they were handsome guys too.
There was, and it was girls that were obsessed with the guy. So you
Yeah.
assume someone slips.
You know what's the worst? When cool teachers marry students years later. That's wild to watch.
That's true, huh?
I like that
Has
one.
that happened to anybody we know, Charles?
Not that I know, no.
You though?
Yep. I don't want to name names, but
Yeah,
yeah.
no.
One of the cooler students, teachers that was cool with me. And then I'm thinking about it, I'm like, yeah, fucking check this out. I got pictures of my fucking sucking my cock. And he's like, let me
tell me
see.
that's what he was doing?
And I was like, no.
Oh, wait,
Mike
that's...
Dixon.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, it's like, yeah. Hey, let me see that picture of you getting your dick sucked.
People asking
hell,
you, hey, do you have the picture?
I'm a freshman in college. He's
That's
like,
crazy.
Wow, what'd you come back with? I'm like, ugh.
What the fuck?
Ah! And he's married. He's like this. He's happy. He's eating dinner right now with a student. He's like this. Yeah, remember when you were a freshman and I was 40?
I was just gonna say.
I was
what's-
asking Nick
I was
for
gonna say,
your
what's the
pictures.
age gap?
It was
Remember that
probably
one time?
probably 28 and 17. So it's 9 years, 10 years, but that's a wild one.
That is wild.
I mean, it's nonstop with the.
It's fucking nonstop.
It's nonstop. I mean, all these hot teachers fucking these. I mean, don't get me wrong. Fuck away. I knew what I was doing. When I was 16, I fucked an old lady. Mm-hmm. I didn't care.
How old?
Like, I'm not mad. She was old.
Really old?
Really old.
Like
I looked her up
70?
recently. I remember she gave me her name on her own.
Imagine looking up now. She's like wicked old.
I didn't. She was. I fucked this lady I was at the Gravity Games in Providence, and my friend Chance and I were like pigs. We were like 16-year-old pigs, like looking for like girls. Remember
Chance?
BRU Live?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And he was like, "Go hit on that lady." Remember when thongs came out?
Yeah.
And like this woman had a Union Jack miniskirt with a white back on it. It was a white miniskirt and like a tube top when women dress like this. And he's like, "Go hit on that girl over there." So I was like, "All right, I'll go." I was like, "Hey, where are you going?" She hits on me right back. She's like this, "Going to my house. You want to come?" I was like, I had like my permit. I was in my mom's Volvo. I'm like, "Yeah." She's like, "I'm gonna go across the street to Capitol Grill to get a martini. Pick me up in 10 minutes." I was like, "Chance, you're never gonna believe this. She wants me to fuck her at her house." She's like, "You gotta go." And I was like, "All right." I drive over. I pick her up. She's cocked. She was dropping her daughter off, I guess, at Gravity Games. I'm in her house on the east side. I'll never forget the house. That's how I found her.
Yep.
Because I remember the house. I look up the house. I look up the address. I look up the previous owners. I find her name. I start matching her name. She's in Louisiana.
And she's 73.
She's 82.
No.
Yo.
When I tell you it looks like I fucked a fucking... Bro,
Yo.
this lady is like... I
I mean, she was 60.
come in. She's talking to me about Mudvayne. Literally, she pulls a Mudvayne CD off. She tells me her husband's out of town. She's living the east side. The house is like $1 million.
Oh, that's a lot.
Mudvayne.
Oh yeah,
That's a lot.
She's like this. I like metal music. Do you like? She's trying to like appeal. She's like, I'm 40 now. Like knowing what I know about women,
Right.
she was like 58.
Yep.
Ooh.
I walk upstairs to like fuck her. She's like, I'll go upstairs and get something on. I walk upstairs. She's pissing with the door open.
There it is.
This is all true. I
There
swear to
it
God.
is.
She's like, come on in, get in the bedroom. I'm like, okay. I don't care. I'm a pig. I know what I'm doing.
Well, I mean, any woman pissing in front of you isn't going to scare you away.
What am I
If that was her fucking idea of scaring you away, it wasn't going to work.
I'll piss you, fucking bitch! Wrapping cords around her head. I'm TPing her head. I'm punching her in the side knock. I punch her so hard through the toilet paper, blood starts coming through the toilet.
You get a crowbar?
She's a mummy. Yeah, I remember. Yeah, I'm just busting in her raw dog. That was fun.
Yeah.
I was like, she's too dusty to have kids. She probably has fucking menopause.
Oh, for sure. Well, maybe not with a chick like that. She's like, I like BMXing.
I'm learning how to do a 360.
Yeah, she's trying to just like get you.
She's like, I did a fucking nose ice pick on the fucking back of the 6 foot quarter.
Do you like Green Day? I'll put on some Green Day.
No, you probably like no effects. I'm like, no, that all happened. Then I remember I came right away, obviously, like I always do. And then, and then I was like, oh, I gotta go fishing with my dad. And then I just put my pants on and left, like, quickly.
Yep.
But I always had her name on her letterhead, and that's how I find her. Yeah, she's old. Old.
You should visit her.
That was humbling. That was humbling when I found her.
That's
I was like,
crazy.
Speaking of sex, we have $42 from the Great Sline. Here's some money. Don't bother pronouncing my name. I'm sure I butchered it. How much of a fool am I for using weed every day? I think I enjoy it too much to kick the habit. God bless.
Hey, thanks, pal.
Thanks, man.
I'd say anything any day, every day will rock you no matter what it is.
It's true. Right.
Yep.
It's an addiction.
Doesn't
no
matter what it is, it'll rock you.
If you're pounding water that much, it's a problem.
You piss so much you run your dick off?
Yeah, there'll be something, right? Your bladder will
Yeah, your
suffer from
kidneys
it.
go come out of your fucking nostrils.
You pissing your dick off, it looks like a pussy.
If you got $42 to throw our way, I highly doubt that the weed is fucking you up, fucking your life up so bad.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
But depending how it hits you, it can put you in a time machine. So I always warn people, but
Yeah, it has effect on some people. I smoke weed a lot, but it has diminishing returns.
Yeah.
You get tired of it. I think you get tired of it.
We got another $20 from the Lost Futures.
it is what it is. Oh.
The throw hand segment is gold, lads. Chuck, I died laughing at the dual leg lift finishing combo full mode.
It's my specialty.
Also, check out Bride of Chucky from 1998. It's absolute garbage, but she is a
Tilly.
mad hoe. She gets kicked down a garbage chute.
Shit.
We have 20.
Oh, shit. That's Jennifer Tilly.
I think that's Jennifer
Tilly,
Tilly.
yeah.
The poker player, world poker star is Jennifer Tilly.
She's so good. She's got big tits. She's fucking over Matt Groening so bad you can't even believe it.
Oh, she's doing the poker cards?
Well, she's like poker,
rockets.
whatever the hell's on ESPN.
Pocket rockets in your pocket.
She's got pocket rockets. She's got her big tits on the table. But I think she was married to Matt Groening, Simpsons guy.
Was she?
Yeah, and I think she fucked him over for like $50 million.
No.
She like hated the Simpsons the whole time, and then she got a divorce, and she was like, I want it all. I want half of the Simpsons money.
I'm Homer.
See, I got big tits.
But isn't he enough of a Mason to say, I'm not paying you anything?
I don't know.
Are you sure that's not the storyline from Liar Liar?
No, it is, and she is her, right? That's Jennifer Tilly in Liar Liar. But I think
Wow.
I think Matt was groaning by the end of the divorce.
Oh, no. Why'd I fuck the Bride of Chucky?
I know.
Pocket rockets for me. I got pocket deuces. I played them too hard.
Pocket rockets.
I went all in with deuces. I'm such
I
an
went
idiot.
all in with big tits. I got fucked.
She had big slick. I thought I was seeing big tits. I got fucked because I had pocket deuces. She had pocket rockets. Pocket Johnnies.
Pocket Johnnies.
We got 20
Doyle
bones from
Brunson.
Shock to Rock. Love to see my favorite 3 Irish button men plan their next hit. I'd love to see another movie night on the Discord sometime.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
Absolutely need. We've been dreaming, fantasizing about watching movies together.
Watching Time
Fantasizing.
Cop.
Yeah, we have to do.
So good.
It's
You
just
gotta watch Time Cop.
watching movies with your boys is something that it's like going. It'd be like going to Disneyland, but guys obviously most hate Disneyland, but it's like a vacation super. Disney.
I like watching, honestly, I like watching Vanderpump Rules with Charles and my wife's friends. Making my wife's friends laugh. Charles is jumping into the couch. She's doing full front flips into a couch in front of like Amber and all those girls. Like full, and they're pissing their pants laughing.
Pissing their pants. They're probably like, Charles, will you stop talking?
No. He's pausing. He's like this. Watch her face. It's like he'll
So
pause
you're
it.
giving the good narration they appreciate.
Oh yeah, they're good at it. They're like this. Like You're like, no. He's like, close your eyes. He'll rewind it right to the part where he remembers the girl's face. You look up and it's like a bachelorette contestant being like, in the background. He's got it. He like fucking.
No, I got it. It's right here.
It's right here. Watch. And she's like, it's the funniest thing you've ever seen on Bachelorette history.
Damn.
Yeah, that was.
That's
mint.
good. They can appreciate it too.
Yeah, they're good. They like that.
So yeah, we have to get more movies. We should do that.
The funniest thing ever.
We have another $15 from Red Dye. Hey, it's Red here, and I have a question. Would $15 get me a couple of seconds of Nick's Tony Soprano impression?
I think it should. I think that's a pretty good idea.
You think it would be enough?
I think it will be enough. And if I always got to get the mode. I got to work myself up to do.
Oh fuck! I fuck it up. I gotta like be in the mode. I gotta
No,
see
it's
a fucking
good,
kitty
it's
like
good.
me.
Yeah.
You're fucking Pomodoro. You're fucking talking about Baradoi. You're not saying enough about the Pomodoro. You think that the garlic's doing all the work. Well, let me tell you something, asshole. It's whatever the farmer did to the tomato. This fucking asshole, Christopher. Christopher, remember something, you asshole, you cocksucker.
I'll kill you, fucking.
I was Frank. I went to this Italian guy. He's like, you rewatch Sopranos again. Tony's fucking crazy.
Oh.
And I'm like, shut the fuck up.
Tony wasn't crazy at all. Didn't he only kill like one guy in the whole fucking thing?
Yeah, Christopher, his nephew.
Yeah.
No, I know. I think that when I see, does it bother anybody else when they see the Sopranos cast around town? That irks me so much. When like,
what do you mean around town?
What do you mean?
like you'll see like Big Pussy at like an Italian restaurant in your New Jersey or Rhode Island restaurant, and we're supposed to like run.
Oh yeah.
Like and it's like when you see the cast of The Office out in public, and I'm like, go back and be on The Office, like Kevin Baumgartner. Like, Kevin's out, I'm here. Go back in The Office, Kevin.
That's brutal.
Or the blonde one, and they have other. I don't know. I don't want to, like. I just hate seeing them. Sopranos and Office people. When I see them on, I get pissed off. It makes me like mad. Like you'll see, they all hang together and they do cons together.
The only place for them is either doing that or animation, like Pixar.
Yeah.
Like that's the only place for them. Other than that, what else can they do?
I have to hear about it at Mercedes dealership from some fucking dumb guinea that he met.
Met Uncle Pussy?
Yeah, he met Uncle Pussy at the thing. I'm like, that's okay. Wow.
You don't talk about another man's time.
Did you?
Back in the old country.
Did you tell him how much you liked the Sopranos?
I'm like, James Gandolfini was the only good one. I walk away. Jimmy Gandolfini's dead. He was too cool for the show.
This guy's dead to me too.
Tony Soprano, listen, hey, we got another donation here, huh?
It's Adam Sandler's in the book.
$50 from JD Reviews.
Praise Christ. Christ Gnosis Gang at CGN Gnosis X. $50. Thank you, JD Reviews.
Hey,
Nice,
classic.
thank you.
Thanks
Jeez,
so much
that's
for
nice.
that. That's a nice.
Hell, that's a nice one.
That brings in the spirit.
It's a half a blue. He wasn't playing around.
That'll make Fat Tony very
That brings in
pleased.
the Holy Spirit.
This guy's an earner.
He's very pleased.
I gotta bring him down to the sandwich shop. We're gonna eat sandwiches like grown men with shirts on.
In pools with cigars at photo shoots.
Yeah. Hey, I swing the sausages around. I'm an embarrassing one. That's what they said.
The fucking garlic would just melt right into the sauce.
How thin can you cut garlic?
He was in Fallen.
Contact lens thin.
How good can you lick pussy?
No, I don't know how to do it. Truth be told,
No, why don't you show me?
Why don't you eat my pussy? I'll lift up my balls real tight, and you can lick the skin that folds over like a pussy.
And then we'll see what kind of man you are. Get
I'm gonna come.
Get the fuck out of here! Fuck out of here!
He's moaning like a woman.
You my pussy.
It's Tony Soprano, you moaning like a woman.
Have you seen him in any movies?
Huh?
Have you seen him in anything besides Sopranos?
No, he did that. No, I didn't. The other movie was. Didn't he play like radio or something?
He played a radio in one movie. That was called The Radio.
The refrigerator.
Yeah, he was Fridge. I never saw him in anything. Was he good? He's probably great.
No, yeah, he was good. He was good. I just remember, was it The Man Who Knew whatever the hell? It was a Coen Brothers movie in black and white with Billy Bob Thornton. I actually forget what it's called, but I remember seeing him in that. He was good. This is before Sopranos, obviously. And in the movie with Denzel Washington and whoever the hell else, the Fallen or whatever, when they were touching the spreading the demons
Oh,
around.
yeah,
Remember that
yeah,
one
the
from like
back and forth,
98
back
or
and forth.
97? I remember him in that. He was good in movies.
Was that Billy Bob Thornton?
I can't believe he was in that one.
Yeah, he was in
That's
that one.
fucking crazy.
Yeah. Just a little bit.
The one that spreads the shit.
Yeah,
Touch,
from
this
a
person dies.
minute ago.
Damn it, man. That's crazy.
I was at Billy Bob Thornton before he started pretending to like vampire blood to get the blowjob from the hottest girl in Hollywood.
We're in the limousine.
She blew my,
Yeah, I
she blew
love
my-
vampires.
He blew my mind. He blew my fucking mind.
She's like, really? It's very dark. We're gonna have a seance. He's like, yeah. I love that.
He's like, I used to be fucking. He's like, pounds. I don't know what.
He's getting a real blowjob
He's
from the
sling
hottest
blade.
Oh, I'm gonna come. Fuck you, brother.
I like him in Tombstone when he's getting slapped by what's his name?
He's scared.
Yeah, he's like his lips quivering.
Yeah, he was good.
That was kind of good. That was like a good part.
He was good. When he went at Bad Boy like that,
Sir, you
kind of diminished
really,
him as an actor.
It's like when John Voight
really
hooked up
making me
with
mad.
how he pulled that pussy was incredible.
I don't know how he did it. He must have fucked John Voight.
that's probably the best. That's probably exactly what happened.
And what else could it be?
Hi there. There's a funny story about John Voight getting head from like a leader.
He's always chewing gum.
Yeah.
He's chewing head.
Watching John Voight chew gum while you blow him.
Come on now. Come on. All right now.
He's blowing bubbles.
All right. Make me come.
Get in there, Clayton. Come on now, get in there, Clayton.
All right
He's
now.
trying to rip you up. He's like,
Come on now. All right now. Make me come.
Come on, boy. Billy Bob, make me
All right,
come, boy.
I'll be out there waiting for you when I'm coming.
Come on now, hut two.
I've never seen a blowjob coach before. I've never seen that. That's crazy.
Varsity Blues?
No, just BJ coach.
Oh,
yeah, BJ coach. Gum chewing
That's
BJ
crazy.
coach John Voight.
Yeah. Played a good coach though. It's
He
kind of
did,
good.
yeah, it was good. That was his best role. He's getting hand jobs in restaurants. I met a restaurant that a waitress told me that.
Why? Like New York system?
He just doesn't give a fuck. He's like, yeah, he's New York system. He's like,
He's getting onions and meat sauce on.
Come on now.
it's his lung as an arm, so he's
He's got the works. He's got mustard on it. It's onions.
Celery salt.
So some fucking random's blowing him. She's coughing from the celery
he's putting his
salt.
dick in tissue paper.
She's undoing it. He's chewing gum, looking straight ahead.
Oh shit.
Bopping her on the head with a clipboard.
Damn.
Hey guys, we gotta wrap it.
That's crazy.
We do have to though, but
How about we're gonna cut to the soap ad real quick.
oh yeah, Soapy.
This show's
Let's do that.
presented by Full Mode.
A little bit of body here.
This man is perfection. And perfection is a man.
Flat ass.
He's got a bubble butt usually.
He's a VVL.
Full
Nice.
Touch up.
You could eat these things if you wanted to, but I wouldn't recommend it. It's
No,
nothing
I
chemical.
will.
I'm just saying.
Can't recommend it, but we have to thank everybody for all the merch sales.
What a night
It's
tonight.
been-
Yeah.
It's been so good. Merch has been great. Thanks for buying the soap, the shirts.
The hats are still up. There's some shirts left of some of the reissues, some of the reclassics.
All that stuff.
It's
It's all
gotta be
back
something.
up. We have to thank Nick Roach for
Man, what time,
for having me
man.
on.
What time.
Scuffed Realtor.
Always.
Always tune into that Scuffed Realtor. It's unbelievable. He's got the
Damn.
best take on real estate across the board.
No one does it
Shamanics.
better. No one does it.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, right.
And
Appreciate that.
go catch these guys in stand up because they're killing that.
Oh,
too. Buy
yeah.
those tickets.
Another one.
Oh,
And
yeah.
don't forget to check out Shamanics.
Please.
Oh,
yes.
yeah.
Hell yeah.
Check it out right there, right in my hat.
Thanks, Nick.
All right, thank you.
What a good
thank
one.
you for having us. Me.
All right, sweet deal.
What a
All of
good
us.
one.
Chevelle's a severe, is one of your members?
Yeah.
Chevelle, the band?
Yeah, the band.
Yeah.
Like, remember Red?
Yeah.
even the wicked man. We don't kill him. That is our rule.
Buddha's name be praised. For one so young, you're most eloquent. Put out a finger.
Kill? Then I'll do it. Damn you! He wanted you to learn the secret style of the Shaolin Buddha finger, because only that style is capable of defeating Yao Feng.